This is Audible.
Mr. Big Shot. Suits and Sevens, Book 1. Written by Isla Olsen. Narrated by Nick J. Russo. Chapter 1. Spencer.
What the hell were you thinking?
I pull myself farther away from my ear in an effort to avoid partial deafness as a result of my father's lecture. As usual, he doesn't give me time to respond before steaming ahead with more of the same bombastic tirade.
Have you seen these market results? Investors are panicking. No one wants to go near a company whose CEO's facing a criminal trial and possible jail time.
The fact that he's more worried about investors and not my personal well-being should tell you pretty much everything you need to know about my father. It won't come to that. Fuck, Dad, I didn't do anything.
You think that matters? He snaps. You're rich and powerful, and as far as the world's concerned, you did do something. Perception's the only thing that matters, and with all this me bullshit.
Me too, I grind out through clenched teeth. And you're one of the reasons the movement was necessary, I think, but don't dare say it out loud. I rub a hand through my hair, frustration and exhaustion swirling within me. I'm a firm believer that holding people in positions of power accountable for their actions is a good thing. But right now, it's hard to see through the frustration that for someone like me, the CEO of a billion-dollar company, being accused of sexually harassing my former assistant no longer comes with the presumption of innocence. Not in the eyes of the public, in any case. And that's all that matters in the real world. I take some semblance of comfort from the fact that my father's paranoia about me facing criminal charges is unfounded. Amelia might have been brazen enough to go to a tabloid with her bullshit story, but she has to know there's no way it would hold up under proper scrutiny. There won't be a criminal trial, I say, the exhaustion palpable in my tone. She doesn't have a case.
Try telling the investors that,
my father grunts. Emily and I are handling it. It'll blow over, I promise.
It better,
he growls. And without another word, he disconnects the call. Nice chatting to you two, I say under my breath, as I toss my cell onto my desk and sink back into my chair with a heavy sigh. I hear a knock at my door, and a moment later, my twin sister and business partner, Emily, cracks the door open and sticks her head in. Bad time? I shake my head, gesturing for her to enter. It's fine. Come in. She closes the door behind her, striding toward my desk and dumping a pile of papers on it. I need you to look through these, she tells me. Resumes for the new assistant position. I groan, rubbing my hand against my forehead. This is seriously the last thing I want to be doing right now. Spence, it needs to be done. Maya can't cover both of us forever. I nod. I know. But please, can't you take care of it? I've got so much shit to deal with today. Oh, and I don't? She arches an eyebrow at me. I sigh. Em, please. You know you're so much better at the whole hiring thing than I am. Case in point, the crazy assistant who's now claiming I sexually harassed her and then fired her for turning me down. Can't you just take care of this for me? I give her the beseeching look that's been her kryptonite ever since we were kids. She grumbles and picks up the stack of papers. Fine, but you owe me. I flash her a smile. Deal. I'll buy you a drink tonight. She narrows her eyes at me. Oh, brother, you think one drink will get you off the hook? She shakes her head. I don't think so. I cast her a suspicious look. What do you have in mind? I'm sure I'll think of something. She offers a sly smile and shuffles the papers in her arms. Okay, well, the first interview's in an hour. Maybe you could at least stick your head in? I shake my head. Charlie and Cole are coming by to go over some strategies for dealing with this whole mess. M arches a skeptical brow. And should I have Maya send out for 1 or 2 bottles of Glenlivet for this strategy session? I slide my gaze away guiltily. No need. Charlie said he'd bring it. I can't help it if our company's head litigator and one of the best crisis management consultants in New York both happen to be two of my best friends. Emily lets out a peal of laughter as she heads for the door. Just try not to go too crazy. We don't need to add fuel to the fire. Okay, give me the worst of it. I tell both Charlie and Cole once we're seated at the leather sofas by my office window, each holding a glass of scotch. Well, your image has definitely taken a hit. And the company's, Cole says, sitting back in the sofa with one leg crossed over the other. He's as perfectly put together as always, not a single auburn hair out of place. But I don't think it's too bad, all things considered. My dad's freaking out about investors. Apparently, share prices have dropped. Cole waves away the concern. It's just the uncertainty. Will you have to step down? Will there be criminal charges? That sort of thing. What are you talking about? I say harshly, glaring at my best friend. Of course I won't step down, and there won't be any criminal charges because it's not fucking true. He offers a placating look. I know that, but the public doesn't. I nod, drawing in a deep breath to calm myself. Okay, so we have to reassure the public, right? We have to tell them this is all bullshit. We can put out a statement saying that the allegations are false and that you're investigating any and all legal action. Something like that, Cole says. I turn to Charlie, who's been happily sipping his scotch while watching the exchange between me and Cole. And what legal action can I take? Can I sue for libel? He shakes his head and lifts his glass to his lips for another sip. Technically, no. The tabloid will argue they weren't actually making anything up. They just reported a story that was fed to them. Without verifying any of the facts, I snap angrily. Charlie shrugs. It's an online gossip rag, Spence. That's kind of their bread and butter. I scrub a hand through my hair in frustration. So, what are my options then? We'll issue a cease and desist, Charlie says. If they continue with the story after that, then we'll take action against them. We can also send legal notice to other media outlets to make sure they steer clear. I nod, drawing in a relieved breath. Okay, good. So this is going to go away. It should blow over soon enough, Cole says. But there's still the issue of... He's interrupted by the sound of someone new entering my office. I glance up, expecting to see my sister, but am instead surprised to see my stepbrother stalking across the room toward me. Both Charlie and Cole rise to greet Paxton with handshakes, friendly slaps on the back, and a round of "Hey, mans." Then he moves past them toward me, and I stand from the sofa, wrapping my arms around him in a fierce hug. What are you doing here? I ask. Pax lets out a weary sigh. Well, Branson called me and asked if I could stop Derek Maxwell from mentioning you on Market Rap. Jesus fucking Christ, I hiss, shaking my head in exasperation at my father's nerve. What did you tell him? Pax shrugs. I told him I'm not Maxwell's EP and don't control the things he talks about. I also reminded him BCN isn't the only media outlet that reports financial news. Yeah, so my stepbrother is Paxton Greenwood, as in BCN's The Pax Greenwood Hour. It's rare to see him out of the newsroom on a weekday, especially at this time in the afternoon, when his production team usually hold their rundown meetings. He wanders over to the shelf, where I keep several bottles of alcohol and some glasses on hand for important meetings. Retrieving a glass tumbler, he moves back toward my desk, where the half-finished bottle of Glenlivet is sitting, and pours himself a drink. Then he leans back against my desk and eyes me with a penetrating stare. Please tell me you did what I suggested and kept those texts and emails. What texts and emails? Charlie asks. Pax turns to him, his mouth turned down in a frown. The ones that show it was that bitch PA who was harassing Spence, not the other way around. Charlie and Cole both swing wide eyes on me, but I wave them off with a shake of my head. It wasn't that bad. He's exaggerating. Spencer, you told me she was coming on to you, and that it was making you feel uncomfortable, Paxton presses. She was just a little overzealous, I reason. Came on a little too strong. Not like I've never had that happen before. Did you report it to HR? Charlie asks. I shrug. It wasn't that big a deal. I could handle it. Pax lets out an aggravated sigh. But you did at least keep those texts, right? I shake my head in exasperation. Yes, I kept the texts. So, if she was the one coming on to you, why has she told everyone it was the other way around? Charlie asks, his brows drawn together. Because she's a crazy bitch, Pax grumbles. Ah, there's that diplomatic news anchor, beloved all around the world, I say wryly. To Charlie, I say, it probably has something to do with me giving her a bad reference a couple weeks ago. She was fired because she was constantly late and often handed off duties to Maya, like that wouldn't get back to me. I add with an eye roll. Anyway, I mentioned that to her prospective employer, and I can only guess she didn't get the job and is now pissed at me. Okay, well, this is good, Cole says. You definitely have grounds for legal action against her. I don't want to sue, I say, letting out a breath of exhaustion. I just want it to blow over as quickly and quietly as possible. And if we can't do that without clearing your name? Charlie asks. I shrug. Then so be it. Somehow, I think a woman being publicly caught out making a false claim of harassment will do more damage than me being in the mud for a single news cycle. Cole, Pax, and Charlie exchange looks with each other, and for a moment I think they're about to start arguing with me. But then, as if by silent agreement, they decide to let it go. Okay, Cole says. If that's what you want. I nod. Thank you. We finish up our drinks and make idle chat for a little while before the guys decide it's time for them to all head back to work. You're still coming tonight, aren't you? Cole asks as he's getting ready to leave. It's your birthday, man, I tell him. Of course I'll be there. Awesome. Charlie gives me a firm clap on the shoulder. And we expect to see you cutting a little loose, Spence. You need to let go of some of this tension. I let out a sputtering laugh. I'll try. But honestly, if you really wanted me to let loose, Cole shouldn't have chosen a gay club and invited my sister. Chapter 2. Will. Fuck, I should have worn a suit. I ramble into my phone as the elevator takes me up the 31 floors to the offices of Cox Property Group. I can't help but look over my appearance in the mirrored walls, and I'm definitely finding it lacking. Why didn't I wear a suit? People wear suits at companies like this. Okay, seriously, mate, you need to calm down, Jamie, one of my best friends and a proud British import, says on the other end of the call. I'm sure you look fine. Fine? Fine? Fine won't be good enough, Jamie. I examine my buff-colored dress pants and the blue button-down I have tucked in at the waist, the sleeves rolled to my elbows. Fuck, I should have at least worn a tie. Correction, I'm sure you look dashing, gorgeous, sexy. Are you hitting on me right now? I joke. Will Crawford, I'm a taken man. I know you've had fantasies about us, but it's time to let it go, mate. I roll my eyes. I'll try my best. Look, you just need to relax, mate. I mean, their hiring policy can't be that stringent if my granny was able to get a job there. This is a fair point. Jamie's grandmother, Sunny, works part-time as a receptionist at CPG and helped get me the interview today. And if you're thinking of a little old lady with blue hair and a string of pearls, think again. Sunny's what you might call unique. Last year, she gifted Jamie a bag of cookies and forgot to tell him they had pot in them. The result was, by all accounts, quite amusing. The fact that she barely knows how to use a cell phone makes her position at CPG all the more baffling. I let out a heavy sigh. You're right. It's too late to do anything about my clothes now anyway. The elevator is rapidly approaching the 31st floor, and there's only 10 minutes until my interview with the CFO and joint owner of the company, Emily Cox. I have to go, I tell Jamie as the doors open with a ding on floor 31. Good luck, mate. I end the call and make my way to the reception desk at the entrance to the company's offices. It's manned by a young blonde woman who smiles up at me as I approach. What can I help you with? I'm Will Crawford. I have a meeting with Miss Cox in 10 minutes. Absolutely. Mr. Crawford, why don't you take a seat just over there? She motions to a corner furnished with extremely uncomfortable-looking black leather sofas. I'll let Miss Cox know you're here. I take a seat and wait nervously for about 15 minutes before I hear a set of expensive heels clacking toward me and look up to see a tall African-American woman smiling down at me. Mr. Crawford? I give a slight nod to confirm my identity and get to my feet, extending my hand. Will, I'm Maya, Emily's assistant. Just follow me and I'll take you through to your interview. I follow Maya as she walks me through the sleekly designed office space. Glancing around, I see a room full of cubicles with staff working diligently. I breathe a sigh of relief as I spot a couple of guys in attire similar to my own. We reach a pair of large offices, one with opaque glass walls, the other with transparent. As we walk past the opaque walls, I hear an angry voice growling, "You've got to be kidding me!" But I manage not to show any reaction on my face. I've seen the news, and I know my potential new boss has been accused of sexual harassment by his former assistant, but Sonny assured me it's all a load of crap, so I'm not too worried. Besides, I really need this job. Here we are, Maya says brightly, as we arrive at the door of the office with the transparent glass. Inside, a pretty brunette, who I presume to be Emily Cox, is working at her computer. Maya opens the door, and Miss Cox glances up from her work. Em, I have Will Crawford here for his interview. Thanks, Maya. Send him in. Miss Cox offers a soft smile and stands, striding over to me to shake my hand. Mr. Crawford, pleased to meet you. I'm Emily. I find it impossible not to return her smile, feeling at ease with her instantly. You too. And please call me Will. Okay then, Will. Come and take a seat and we'll start the interview. She waves her hand toward a pair of sofas set up next to the enormous picture window, and I try not to gape as I take in the spectacular, sprawling view of Manhattan with Lexington Avenue just below us. I sit as instructed and wait for her to close the office door and walk briskly over to join me on the other sofa, retrieving a manila folder from her desk as she brushes by. She places the folder on the coffee table between us, opening it to reveal the resume I submitted a week ago. So, she says, sitting back in the sofa, what do you know about CPG? I decide not to mention what I saw on the news this morning and instead go straight to the info I've been gathering over the past few days. Well, you're a property development firm, a subsidiary of Cox International. About 6 years ago, you and your brother were given the run of this place and have managed to turn it into one of the most profitable branches of Cox International. She nods, smiling. Impressive. My nervousness from earlier completely dissipates as the interview continues, her friendly and encouraging manner putting me at ease. Okay, Will, I see here you have a graduate degree in computer sciences. What made you want to apply for this position instead of pursuing a career in your chosen field? I bit my lip in hesitation, deciding to just go with the truth. It's still a career I want to pursue, but my priorities have changed recently and I need to make some sacrifices. And do you think working for us would be a sacrifice? She asks, an eyebrow raised pointedly. Fuck. I didn't mean... That wasn't... Shit, my hands are sweating. She lets out a soft laugh. Relax, Will, I was joking. I can understand being an assistant might not be everyone's dream career. I just need to know the person we hire will take this job as seriously as if it were. I nod, spreading out my hands. Then I'm your guy. She smiles. So certain. I let out a breath, deciding to take the gamble. An interview really isn't the best place to bring this up, But I figure if anything will convince her how seriously I'll take this job, it's this. My mom had a stroke last month, and insurance won't fully cover the cost of her rehab. I pin her with the most earnest look. I'm not telling you this because I'm trying to play the sympathy card, but I think you should know the reason I'm no longer willing to just scrape by on a part-time paycheck and ramen noodles while I work on the software I'm trying to develop. I promise you, if you hire me, this job will become the second most important thing in my life. And I'm not the kind of person who would just walk out on someone who took a chance on me. Emily nods thoughtfully. I have to say, I appreciate your candor. I think we'll leave it there for now. She offers me a warm smile before getting to her feet. Thanks for coming in, Will. I still have a couple more applicants to see, but we'll let you know this weekend whether or not you were successful. I nod at her and stick out my hand for her to shake. I appreciate you taking the time to see me. And then I make my way out of her office and back down to the ground floor. As I head out the front doors that lead on to Lexington, I scrub my hands through my hair in frustration because I know I totally just blew that interview. Oh, for fuck's sake, loser, will you stop looking so glum? I glance up from my drink to offer my other best friend, Mac, a deadpan stare. Gee, thanks. Your affectionate tone has sure helped to cheer me up. Mac merely rolls her eyes. You're being overdramatic. I'm sure it went fine. I shake my head and lift my drink for another sip. I shouldn't have mentioned Mom. It was completely unprofessional. I thought you said she was really nice about it, Mac asks curiously. I shrug. Yeah, but it's not like she was going to be mean when someone says their mom's just had a stroke. I set my drink back down and rake a hand through my hair. I haven't been able to stop berating myself since leaving the interview this afternoon. It was a dumb move, mentioning my mom's situation. All it did was make me sound like I was the kind of person who would use emotional extortion to get ahead, and that's not how I want to be perceived. Mac lets out an annoyed huff and sets her drink down with a loud clunk. Then she steps around the table we're standing at to grab me fiercely by the shoulders and stare determinedly into my eyes. Usually I'm at least a head taller than her, but she's wearing boots with a sky-high heel tonight, and the effect is a little intimidating. She definitely went all out with her club attire tonight. Between the boots, the tight dress, the red lips, and the way she's fixed her pink-tipped black hair into a high ponytail, it all screams one thing. She's looking to dance and hook up tonight. And considering I won't be doing either of those things with her, it looks like I've got about an hour before we go our separate ways. Her to find a girl or guy, or both, and me home to bed. William, get a fucking grip. If she doesn't hire you because of that one single slip-up, then this isn't somewhere you want to work anyway. I need a job, Mac, I say, my voice full of the frustration and fatigue I'm feeling after so many unsuccessful interviews. And you'll get one. She lets go of my shoulders and steps back to the other side of the table. And look on the bright side. At least if you don't get this one, you won't be working for a sexual predator. I shake my head, unable to help a soft smile touching my lips. Sonny assured me that report wasn't true. Mac arches a brow. And you're sure her judgment is sound? I offer a wry grin. Where this kind of thing is concerned? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think if she thought it were true, the next headline we'd be reading would be about the receptionist who stabbed her CEO in the groin with a fork. Yeah, you may have a point there, Mac concedes. Then she rubs her hands together, anticipation flashing across her face. Okay, I know what will cheer you up even more than alcohol. Friend, you need to get laid. I roll my eyes, head shaking. So not in the mood to go home with anyone right now. Oh, come on, Will, seriously? When was the last time you got some dick? I'm not even answering that. She narrows her eyes at me. Oh my God, has it been so long you can't even remember? No, I argue. And what's with the shaming? What does it matter how long it's been? She lets out a dramatic sigh. Fine, you have a point. But seriously, Will, you need to let loose a little. It's been a really stressful few months for you. Time to just have some fun. I shrug and take another sip of my drink. I'm having fun. She loses a soft chuckle. I appreciate the compliment, but that's not what I meant. And because there's no stopping Mac once she has her mind set on something, we spend the next half hour with her pointing out every potential hookup in the surrounding area and me finding reasons not to go near them with a 10-foot pole. Oh my God, Mac chants, clutching desperately at my arm. What? What is it? At the bar, sex in a suit. Oh my God, he is fine. I roll my eyes. Mac, seriously, you can't pull off that inflection. She lets out a grunt of annoyance and grabs my arm again. Just look, would you? I turn my gaze to the bar and immediately pick out the guy in question. He's leaning back against the bar, his body facing the crowd. His head is turned in conversation with a woman sitting at the bar next to him. I can't help noticing the way his eyes are fixed intently on her, or the amount of affection in the smile he directs at her. I shake my head. He's straight. He must just be here with friends or something because he's clearly with that woman. No, he's not. They're just friends, Max says insistently. How could you possibly know that? Look at the body language. He's turned away from her. He's not touching her in any way. That's not a guy talking to a woman he's planning to sleep with tonight. I'm still not convinced, but I can't deny he's sexy as hell. So for the moment, I just take my time while his attention is diverted to study his appearance. He's tall and lean, his finely tailored black suit fitting him perfectly across his broad shoulders and narrow waist. With dark, tousled hair, sharp cheekbones, and pillowy lips, he's without a doubt one of the most attractive men I've ever seen. Chapter 3. Will. I can't seem to tear my gaze away from him, and I don't entirely understand it. This isn't like me. I don't get mesmerized by guys across the room at clubs. I don't mentally strip them down and fantasize about licking every inch of their body before turning them around and fucking them right there over the bar. I don't do random hookups. That sort of thing is way more Mac's territory, or Jamie's before he settled down with his boyfriend. But me? I like to date. I like to get to know a guy before we get into bed together. But this guy? I can tell just by the way he carries himself, he's not the kind of guy who gets to know people. He's the kind of guy who likes to fuck. And for once in my life, I'm thinking maybe I'd be okay with that. Who am I kidding, though? Even if I'm willing to bend my usual rule, there's no way this guy would be interested in me. The universe just isn't that kind. But when his eyes land on mine across the room, I'm hit with a wave of heat so powerful, it immediately sends all the blood rushing to my cock. His gaze is intense as it slowly slides down my body, clad in jeans and a well-fitting tee, and back up to my face, pinning me in place with the force of the burning desire I know must be reflected in my own eyes. Okay, so maybe I was wrong. Eyes still burning into mine, he drains the remainder of his drink and sets the glass on the bar. Looking away for a moment, he says something to the woman on the stool next to him, who just nods. Then he pushes off from the bar. Catching my eye, he nods discreetly toward the upstairs mezzanine area before disappearing into the crowd. Holy hell, Max says, and I turn to find her fanning herself. Did this place just catch fire or what? I shrug. Oh, no, you don't. She shakes her head adamantly. You don't just spend 5 minutes eye-fucking someone and then refuse their offer for dirty sex in a public place. It's not polite. I burst out laughing, my head shaking. Well, I do hate being rude. I can hear Max squeal of excitement as I make my way from our corner to the stairs leading up to the mezzanine. Yeah, that girl is way too invested in my sex life. I find sexy suit guy at the mouth of a dark hallway. He's leaning against the wall, occupied on his phone. He looks up as I approach and slips his phone back into his jacket pocket. His eyes fill with that same heat from earlier, the corner of his mouth lifting in a satisfied smirk. You came. Oh, wow, that's a sexy as fuck voice. I can't resist cracking a lame joke. Not yet, I haven't. He lets out a soft chuckle and nods toward the dark hallway behind him. Well, we'll have to fix that. I follow him into the darkness, strong hands grabbing me around the waist and pressing me back against the wall. His lips descend on mine in a desperate, hungry kiss that I respond to eagerly. I tug his hard body flush against me, a groan escaping my lips as he thrusts his thick erection into mine. My hands tangle in his hair. His roam the muscles of my torso as we grind our dicks together, our tongues fucking with the same rhythm. Jesus. Fuck. I barely manage to keep the words to a whisper as he deftly unfastens my jeans and wraps his palm around my straining cock. Nice, he says in a gravelly whisper that sends shivers all over my body. You know how to use this thing, big boy? 'Cause I need a big fucking cock in my ass right now, and this feels just right. Spencer. For the record, I didn't intend to wind up in the hallway of a club with a random guy's cock in my ass when the night started. And even when I saw him across the room and suggested we go upstairs, I was still only thinking of doing some hand stuff. Maybe a blowjob. But when I wrapped my hand around that dick, I just couldn't stop myself from making the request. It's been so goddamn long since I've had anything that wasn't made of silicone in my ass, and I didn't realize until right now just how much I've missed it. The second I asked him to fuck me, the guy jumped into action, retrieving a condom and some lube from his wallet, while I hastily unfastened my belt and shoved down my pants. So now we're here, his strong body pinning me against the wall as his nice, thick cock fills me up just so fucking perfectly, pounding into me, hard and deep. He's got one hand secured firmly over my mouth, silencing my groans of pleasure, while the fingers of his other hand dig into my hip, likely hard enough to leave bruises. It's quick and dirty, and exactly what I need tonight. He beats me to his climax, but not by much. The second I feel him tensing up, I grab my cock and start stroking, and it only takes a few tugs before I'm shooting my load all over the wall in front of me. We go our separate ways afterward, and I head back downstairs to rejoin my sister at the bar. Please tell me you weren't just off in a dark hallway fucking some random girl, Emily pleads. We have enough image problems as it is at the moment without you getting arrested for indecent exposure. I place a reassuring hand on her shoulder. I promise you, Em, that's not what I was doing. Technically, I wasn't fucking anyone, and I have the sting in my ass to prove it. But Emily doesn't need that information. Well then, where the hell have you been? I grimace at her. I must have eaten some bad sushi. She throws up her hands in a warding off gesture. Okay, gross, don't want to know. I chuckle at her reaction. If you ever want to get my sister to drop a subject, just make a reference to fecal matter and she shuts down right away. The barman slides a newly ordered scotch my way, and I take a sip, savoring the subtle blend of flavors as the liquid slips over my tongue. I run my eyes around the packed club, but my hookup seems to have disappeared. Probably not a bad thing, given how tempted I am to ask him back to my place for round 2. And that would have prompted a rather awkward conversation with my sister, considering she doesn't know I'm bi. For the record, it's not as though Emily would really care that I like guys. It's just not something I've ever felt the need to share. You remember my dad, right? Well, let's just say he's a little old school, which is code for saying he's a bigoted asshole. For him, fucking his secretary is pretty standard procedure, but if he knew I was bi, well, it's just not worth the drama that revelation would cause. Maybe I'd reconsider if I ever met a guy I wanted to fully commit to, but for now, there's just no point in rocking the boat. So, did you manage to find me a new assistant? M's eyes light up at the question. Yes, I found the perfect one. And get this, he's a guy, so there'll be no chance of a repeat of the Amelia Lawson situation. I arch a brow at her. Did you seriously base your hiring decision on his gender? You know that's discrimination, right? I did no such thing. He's the right person for the job. The fact that he's a guy is pure coincidence. You don't think a decision like this could just fuel the fire of this scandal? I mean, it looks as though you're trying to keep the young, innocent women away from my wandering hands. Her smile fades. Oh, I didn't really think of that. Then she shakes her head adamantly. Nope, fuck it. He's the right guy for the job. If you're really worried about it, you can take Maya and I'll have Will. No, I'll take the new guy. Maya loves working for you. I wouldn't want to upset that. She smiles sweetly. Thank you. Now, I need to use the bathroom. Order me a scotch for when I come back? I nod, and she disappears into the crowd. Her seat is taken almost instantly by Cole, who I hadn't even noticed was in the vicinity. Hey, birthday boy, where'd you come from? He offers a wry grin. Around? Hey, did I just see you go upstairs with a guy? I nearly choke on my drink. Jesus, I thought I was discreet. What? No. Cole chuckles, flashing a teasing grin. I saw you disappear upstairs. Suspicious in itself. And then a few moments later, I saw a guy who could have been Tyler Durden follow you up there. Well, it couldn't have been Tyler Durden because he's a fictional character, I point out. Spencer, are you or are you not going to deny that a guy who looks a lot like a young Brad Pitt would be exactly your type? I blink at him a few times. Okay, I'm going to be honest. I'm a little confused by the way you worded that question. Cole shakes his head in exasperation before downing the remnants of his drink. You're so fucking annoying sometimes. But you love me anyway, I say with an affectionate smile. Chapter 4. Will. In the hallway, Jamie exclaims through a mouthful of waffles at brunch on Sunday morning. I give an awkward nod. Yep. You're telling me that you, Will Crawford, shagged a guy in a public hallway of a club where anyone could just walk by and catch a glimpse? Please, if you could say it louder, that'd be great, I deadpan. Next to Jamie, his boyfriend Shay is shaking with silent laughter. He lifts his coffee to his mouth, but if it's in an effort to hide his amusement, it fails miserably. Are you honestly actually Will? Jamie presses. Are you sure you're not a skin-changing alien walking around in Will's body? He leans forward, scrutinizing my face carefully. Are you a Slitheen? My face screws up in distaste at that. Ouch! A Slitheen? Dude, that's harsh. Jamie still doesn't seem convinced, though. Sitting back against his booth, he crosses his arms and eyes me warily. What did you say to me after you met my dad for the first time? My eyes shift awkwardly to Shay, whose best friend just happens to be Jamie's dad, Blake. Why do I have to answer that? So I can test it's really you, Jamie says. I roll my eyes, letting out a breath of exasperation. I said he was a DILF. In my defense, he totally is. He's 44 and looks like he could be Chris Hemsworth's stunt double. I definitely would have been interested. You know, if he weren't my best friend's dad, or completely in love with his husband, who happens to be Shay's little brother, by the way. Yeah, as Mac would say, the four of them could be in a reality show. But somehow the situation works, so who's anyone else to judge? With his much shorter stature, bright red hair, and pale skin he got from his English mom, Jamie looks next to nothing like his dad. In fact, when he tracked Blake down a bit over a year ago, a whole heap of people thought I was the long-lost son. So I'll take that compliment, even if I've never really seen it myself. Okay, Red, let's be real for a second, Shay says, glancing at Jamie with amused affection. What's more likely, that Will's been possessed by an otherworldly entity, or that he just decided to let loose for the night? The possession thing. That's definitely more likely, Jamie says. I just shake my head and return to my pancakes. I was shocked out of my mind when Emily Cox's assistant, Maya, called me on Sunday to let me know I actually got the job after all. I was on the subway, heading back to Brooklyn after my brunch with Jamie and Shay when I got the call, and I swear if I hadn't been surrounded by a train full of strangers, I'd have done a celebratory dance then and there. I'll be shadowing Maya for the next week while I learn the ropes, and if that goes smoothly, I'll then step into my role as personal assistant to the CEO, Spencer Cox. I decide not to think about the whole harassment scandal. Like I told Mac, I've been assured of his innocence by a reputable source, or at least a source. But even if that weren't the case, I doubt I'd be able to bring myself to care that much right now. I have a job and will be bringing in a steady paycheck. That pretty much trumps whatever moral high ground I'd like to be standing on. Besides, Emily was so unbelievably nice. Surely her brother can't be that bad. When I arrive at CPG on Monday, I'm expecting to meet my new boss right away, but that doesn't happen. First, I'm taken to HR to sign a whole heap of forms and pose for my employee ID. Then I spend the morning reading the employee manual and learning my way around the phones and email system. Maya's desk is right next to mine, directly outside the two corner offices that belong to each of the Cox siblings. Once again, Mr. Cox's glass is set to opaque, while his sister's is transparent. Can I ask a question? Maya glances up from her computer, offering a reassuring smile. Of course. I glance at Mr. Cox's office. Is it always like that? With the privacy glass? Maya's expression turns thoughtful. Not always, but a lot of the time. It's a feature they purposefully designed when renovating the building because Emily likes to see out and Spence prefers privacy. A bright grin crosses her face. Em likes to tease him about what he actually does in there that he needs the opaque glass, but I think he just finds it easier to concentrate without the bustle of the office distracting him. At about 11 a.m., I hear Maya pick up a call and have a short conversation with my new boss. You ready now, Spence? She asks into the phone, nodding at whatever he's saying on the other end. Okay, not a problem. We'll be in a moment. She pops her head around my desk and lets me know my boss would like to meet me now. I stand up, smooth out my pants and straighten my tie. Yeah, I decided to wear a tie today. I follow Maya as she knocks on the door before pushing it open. Spence, this is Will, your new PA. I step around Maya and get my first look at my new boss, and somehow manage to master my astonishment as I register his identity as sexy suit guy from the other night. And damn, he's even hotter than I remember, and trust me, I've been replaying that memory in my head all weekend. His eyes flash in a moment of surprise as he recognizes me in turn, but he quickly masks it, turning to Maya. Thanks, Maya. You can leave us. Maya heads out the door, closing it behind her. I want to run after her, beg her not to leave me alone with him, but obviously that's not an option. So now it's just the two of us, me standing in the middle of the office and him standing behind his desk. My eyes scan the room, determined to land anywhere except his face. His office is just as impressive as his sister's was the other day, with a similar view of Manhattan from the giant picture windows. There's a large desk to one side of the room, and near the windows is a leather sofa set that I would so love to sink into right now because I seriously feel like my legs are about to give out from under me. As I eye the shelves that line one of the gray painted walls, I notice something that makes me perk up a bit. A miniature TARDIS. Wow, you're a Doctor Who fan? Who's your favorite Doctor? Personally, I'm more of a Captain Jack fan myself. I mean, John Barrowman, am I right? But for the record, I'm talking about Doctor Who and Torchwood John Barrowman, not Arrow John Barrowman. He's sort of let himself go a bit, hasn't he? I finally stop talking and glance at my boss to find him staring at me in something like astonishment. I'm sorry. I don't know who that is. He spares a brief glance for the TARDIS on his shelf before explaining. That was a gift from my niece. I don't actually watch that show. Oh. There's no hiding my mortification. I can already feel my cheeks flaming bright red. Well, you should check it out. It's pretty cool. I'll keep that in mind. The corner of his mouth turns up in the slightest of smirks before he draws a deep breath and gathers his composure. So, Will, how are you settling in so far? I nod. Fine. Maya's been really helpful. He offers me a small smile. Maya's been here since we started. Just follow her lead and you'll be fine. I nod once again. An awkward silence descends on the room, thick with the tension from our sexcapade on Friday night. And now I can't stop thinking about the feel of my cock buried inside the tight heat of his ass, those hungry kisses, the way I made him come all over that hallway wall. For fuck's sake, Will, get a grip. Now is really not the time to be springing a boner. I tried to distract myself with Doctor Who again, but that just makes me think of Matt Smith and John Barrowman, which is no help. At all. Spencer clears his throat, and I look back from my perusal of his office to find his hazel eyes pinned on mine in a penetrating look I feel all the way down to my bones. I didn't tell anyone about the other night, I blurt out. I mean, I did. I told 2 people, but I didn't tell them it was you. I didn't know it was you. I didn't know you were Spencer Cox. I did, obviously, because I've come to work for Spencer Cox, but I didn't know what Spencer Cox looked like until now. I shake my head in frustration. Fuck, I'm making no sense. I screw my face up, lifting a hand to pinch at the bridge of my nose. Damn it, I just said the F word in front of my boss. He lets out a loud bark of laughter, and I feel my stomach flip-flop at the way his entire face lights up with his smile. Damn it. Will, I think the ship has pretty much sailed. In fact, it sailed, hit a storm, and capsized in terms of the things you've done in front of, behind, and to your boss. I let out a soft breath of laughter, feeling some of the tension leave my body. I can't completely relax, though. Not until I know where I stand with this. So, are you still my boss? He loses a soft sigh and resumes his seat in what is an expensive-looking leather swivel chair. Tapping his fingers against the glass top of his desk, he studies me thoughtfully. You weren't my employee at the time, and I had no idea who you were either, and I wasn't involved in the hiring process, so... So I get to keep my job? I ask hopefully. He nods slowly. Yes. But I would appreciate it if Friday night's incident was kept between us. Of course. He tugs at the collar of his shirt, clearly uncomfortable. Also, my bisexuality is not something I advertise, so I would appreciate you keeping that under wraps as well. I nod. I have no intention of causing trouble for you. I'm here to do a job, and I'm taking that seriously. He nods, clearly relieved. Good. That'll be all for now. Clearly dismissed, I leave the office and walk back to my desk, where Maya's waiting with a smile on her face. So, what did you think? Her voice turns conspiratorial as she adds, Pretty cute, huh? My eyes widen in surprise, and she just waves a dismissive hand. I saw you checking him out, she says with a wicked smile. Don't worry, it's really not a big deal. Just as long as you don't turn out to be crazy and falsely accuse him of harassment like his last assistant. I shake my head earnestly. I would never do that. Good. She pats me on the shoulder and returns to her desk. Chapter 5. Spencer. I bang my head against my desk the moment Will leaves my office. I trust him to keep his word and not spill the beans about Friday night or my sexual orientation, but that doesn't improve my predicament all that much, because the moment I saw him, I was filled with that exact same burning desire that ended with him balls deep in my ass in the middle of a dark hallway. Fuck. My cock is straining as I once again mentally play back the memory that's been swirling in my head all weekend. It's difficult to reconcile the nervous rambler who just left my office with the guy who all but manhandled me as he fucked me the other night. If anything, it just makes him even hotter. All I want to do right now is call Will back into my office and beg him to bend me over my desk. I wonder if he'd be interested in tying me up, or maybe slap me around a little. Fuck what I wouldn't give to have his strong hands hold me down against this glass while he... I shake my head fiercely. Jesus Christ, get a grip, Spencer. I can't be thinking that way about him anymore. He's my assistant, my employee. He's hands, and everything else, off. I'm going to kill my sister. Bravo on her plan to uncomplicate things by hiring a guy. Not only did she get a gay guy, but an incredibly attractive gay guy who I happen to have been fantasizing about all weekend. Jesus! I have some time at the moment, so I click through the files on my computer and bring up Will's resume to do some snooping. I find out he's 25 and has a graduate degree in computer sciences. He was president of his fraternity, and if I'm remembering my own college experience correctly, his is one of the more preppy frats that pride themselves on the number of successful businessmen and politicians that make up their alumni. There's a glowing reference here from the dean of students, gushing over a number of contributions Will made to the college and his diligent, committed attitude toward his responsibilities as president of his frat. I scan the resume for information on his postgraduate studies and find he completed that part of his schooling in London, which no doubt endeared him to Emily, who also studied across the pond. He finished up his studies 2 years ago, however, and since then has only been employed in part-time work. I frown as I continue my perusal. There are definitely some impressive and promising things listed here, but there's also some things that concern me. Why hasn't he been working in his chosen field? And would he really be satisfied being someone's assistant after studying so hard for his degree? I pick up my desk phone and dial my sister's extension. She answers after the third ring. Yes, brother dearest, what can I do for you? Get in my office as soon as you have a sec. Bring Maya. The two women stroll into my office a few minutes later, Maya closing the door behind her. So is this the part where we gossip about the new guy? I shoot her a quelling look before turning my attention to my sister. You hired a computer scientist? She frowns. I hired a very smart, dedicated guy in need of a job. But not necessarily this job. We're nothing but a layover to him while he looks for work in his own field. I assure you that's not the case. I asked him a similar question on Friday, and he had an excellent response. Which was? I don't think it's my place to say. But seeing as how you trust me so implicitly to make hiring decisions, the fact that it was good enough for me should be good enough for you. I decide to let the subject go, because I know there's no way Emily would have hired Will if she didn't think he'd be sticking around. I turn to Maya. What do you know about him? He's such a sweetie, she says with a smile. So polite and friendly. And he's very fast on the uptake. And he's not bad to look at. She lets out a sigh, flipping her long, dark hair over her shoulder. Too bad he's gay. Wait, what? He's gay? Emily asks incredulously. Maya flashes a wicked smile. Oh yeah, definitely. He was totally checking you out before Spence. Well, he's only human, I say, brushing Maya's comment off, as if the thought of Will checking me out wasn't sending blood rushing to my cock all over again. So we're good? Emily asks. You're not going to make me fire him? I let out a resigned sigh. No, we're good. Good. Because I wouldn't have done it anyway. I'd have made you do it. I smile. I would have made Maya do it. Maya lets out a soft chuckle. Well, I guess we're stuck with him then. No way am I firing baby Brad Pitt. Will. The hour after leaving Spencer's office, Yes, I think after having my cock in his ass, I can call him by his first name now, seems to drag by at glacial pace. But when 12:30 finally rolls around, I practically sprint out of the office and down to the street to call Mac. Oh my God, Mac. I had sex with my boss. All right, I know I said I wouldn't tell anyone, but I cracked, okay? And it's just Mac. She's cool. Already? Wow, I thought it would take at least a week. I groan into the phone. Not today. Friday night. Sexy suit guy. Mac, he's my boss. She gasps. Oh my God. That was Spencer Cox? And he's gay? Bi, apparently, but it's not widely known. Oh, the plot thickens. What am I supposed to do? I ask her. Apart from steamy conference room sex, I have no suggestions for you. I scrub a hand through my hair. Big help. Thanks. I eye a deli across the street and decide to cross over to get a sandwich for lunch. You're welcome, Max says brightly, ignoring my sarcasm. Oh, hey, you know what I just realized? Isn't it crazy how you and Jamie both hooked up with random guys at a club and then they both happen to be people you actually meet in real life? Isn't that nuts? Maybe Spencer Cox will end up being the love of your life, too. Yeah, I really doubt that will happen, I say with an eye roll. But speaking of Jamie, you can't tell him about this. Why? Because he and Shay know you know who, I say as I cross over with the bustle of other pedestrians. They know Voldemort? I groan at her ridiculous joke. No, you idiot. They know my boss. And I promised I wouldn't tell anyone, but I really needed to tell someone, so you're it. I feel so flattered. You should. I disconnect the call as I step inside the deli, spending the rest of my lunch break trying, and failing, not to fantasize about my incredibly attractive new boss and all the dirty things I want to do with him. Fortunately, the tasks Maya has for me for the rest of the day keep me too busy to fantasize about Spencer. It seems Maya's been working double time, juggling the PA load for both the Coxes ever since that crazy bitch, as Maya puts it, was fired a couple months ago, and now that I'm here, she's more than happy to offload as much extra work as she can. I don't mean to pry, but I can't stop myself from saying after the third time Maya mentions my predecessor. She glances up from her rapid typing. But you're going to hear all the gossip anyway, so you may as well get the full scoop from someone in the know. I shrug. Something like that? She pushes her chair a bit farther back so she can look at me properly. Look, I know what they're all saying about Spence out there. She gestures vaguely behind her head, and I can only assume she means out there as in out in the wider world. None of it's true, though. That's what I've heard. And I'm not saying I don't believe it, just how does anyone know for sure? She shrugs. I've known Spence for a long time, and I also knew Amelia. Anyone who knows both of them has no issue telling who's lying. I frown, thinking about what Spencer mentioned about being closeted. Knowing someone a long time doesn't necessarily make you privy to all their secrets. That's true. But there's secrets, and then there's what someone's like deep down inside. Spencer might be a private person about certain things, but he's not a user or a predator or anything else that crazy bitch is making him out to be. Well, that's interesting. I wonder if Maya knows more about Spencer's sexuality than he's aware of. Did you two ever? Maya's brows shoot up. Me and Spence? She lets out a peal of laughter. No, definitely not. You make it sound like that was a ridiculous question. You two are both totally hot. You're not related. What stopped you? Her laugh isn't quite so hysterical this time, more like wryly amused. Okay, well, I guess it wasn't that ridiculous. Truthfully, when I first started here, I was definitely smitten with him. I mean, hello? But Spencer never gets involved with people he works with. That's his number one rule, and I've never seen him break it. So my little crush went away pretty quickly, and now he's just one of my best friends. The amusement in her eyes dies as her expression morphs into one of concern. You okay, Will? You look like you're about to be sick. Oh, I think that sandwich I had for lunch is doing something funny to my stomach. I'm just going to. Without finishing my sentence, I shoot out of my chair and make a hasty beeline for the bathrooms. When I get there, I run the cold water tap for a bit and splash some over my face. I don't even know why I'm freaking out. Spencer assured me my job is safe. What happened the other night was a completely innocent case of not realizing we were about to become boss and employee, and that's all there is to it. From now on, things will be completely professional. I'll stop fantasizing about fucking him again and just do my job like a normal person. Everything will be fine. Chapter 6. Spencer. Ow. I let out a groan of agony as I'm once again tackled to the ground, this time by 200 pounds of Deacon Stapleton, our hooker and one of the biggest players in our team. Jesus, Spence, that's the third time tonight, Charlie says, as I gingerly pull myself up off the grass. I don't miss the hint of amusement in his tone. And Charlie's not the only one who seems to find my case of the yips amusing. I glare at the rest of my team, who are all standing around grinning. We don't have enough regular members to make up a full 7-on-7 scrimmage at our practices, but we're able to make do and run through the plays. Or at least, we usually are. Why the hell are you all just standing around grinning like idiots? I demand. Skylar, I knocked the ball forward. One of your guys should have picked it up and run it over the try line by now. Skylar Mason, our reserve back who usually acts as opposing fly half for these training drills, immediately loses his goofy smile and straightens up all stiff and tall as if he's been scolded by the principal. That seems to make everyone laugh even more, and I just give an exasperated shake of my head. Fuck it. Let's call it a night. Back here Thursday. Man, you were off your game tonight, Sullivan Stapleton, Deacon's older brother and one of my closest friends, says with a commiserating shake of his head as we're making our way off the field after practice. Everything good, Spence? I rake a hand through my hair, letting out a frustrated groan. Everything's... Gah. Wow, that clarified things, Solly says wryly. I let out a sigh of resignation. Okay, fine. I quickly check the area to make sure no one's within earshot, and then lower my voice for good measure. Let me ask you something. Have you ever been in a situation where you've inadvertently slept with an employee? Sullivan runs his own investment bank, so of all my friends, he has the most insight into my world as the head of a company. His brows shoot into his hairline. How do you inadvertently sleep with someone? I didn't know they'd been hired at the time. Technically, they only started working for me 2 days later. He rubs a hand over his neatly trimmed dark beard, eyeing me curiously. Does this have something to do with that Amelia girl? I thought you said that was all BS. That was BS, I say through gritted teeth. This is something else. Someone else. He nods in comprehension. Okay, got it. Well, they weren't your employee at the time, so you're all cool there. But am I right in thinking you want to go there again? More than I want to win the 7 tournaments this year, I admit. His mouth falls open in utter disbelief. Jesus Christ. Okay, well, I can tell you that consensual sex with your employee isn't the worst thing in the world, but you're you, so obviously that's not going to hold much water. He looks away for a moment, rubbing at his beard again. I guess the best thing for you to do is just avoid them until it passes. So far this week, I've been able to take Sullivan's advice and just avoid Will. I've been in my office before he arrives in the morning. I've left after he's gone home, and I've communicated everything I need to him through email and text. All very professional and polite. But of course, it hasn't stopped me from thinking about him. It hasn't stopped me from staring at my phone like a 12-year-old girl, waiting for his quick reply of no problem every time I text him some instructions. It definitely hasn't stopped me from finding him on Facebook and spending time when I should be working scouring his profile for every little tidbit of information I can gather. So here's a question for you. What's Fight Club doing sitting out front of your office? I jerk at the sound of Cole's voice and glance up from my computer to see he's barged into my office and is striding toward my desk. Fucking hell, you scared the shit out of me. I wouldn't have if you'd checked your phone. He nods to the cell sitting on my desk. I pick up my phone and unlock it to see there's indeed a text from Cole telling me he's coming up to see me. I shake my head. I don't know why I thought it'd be a good idea to let you rent office space in this building. You're always up here interrupting my work. Mm-hmm, he says with a knowing smirk. Rounding my desk, he glances at my computer screen, and I'm not nearly quick enough to hide what I've been looking at. And leering at Fight Club's Facebook page counts as important work, does it? His name is Will, and I'm just doing some due diligence. By looking at photos of him in swim trunks? He asks, brows raised. Dude, you're being creepy. I can't help it if those are the ones he has on here. Cole rolls his eyes. Are you at least ready to admit you hooked up with the guy? I let out a heavy breath and fix Cole with an annoyed look. I didn't know who he was at the time. M did the hiring. Did he know who you were? I shake my head. He says he didn't, and I believe him. Cole's eyes widen in surprise, and I don't blame him. I'm not the kind of person who usually trusts easily, but for some reason I can't seem to doubt Will's good intentions. Hey, that's Shay Kelly's boyfriend, Cole exclaims, pointing at a photo of Will with his arms slung around the shoulders of a much shorter man with a shock of spiky red hair and pale skin that contrasts dramatically next to Will's tan. I narrow my eyes at the photo as recognition dawns. Damn it, I knew that guy looked familiar. Shay Kelly is the captain of a rugby sevens team here in the city that I guess you could consider our biggest rivals. He's also borderline crazy. For the past 6 years, he's held an all-out vendetta against me simply because I scored the winning try that made my boys the champions and his team the losers in New York's annual amateur rugby sevens tournament. My mouth falls open in horror as a thought strikes me. Do you think Will's been sent here by Kelly in an attempt to undermine me? Like a really sexy Trojan horse? I don't think that's at all likely, Cole says, clearly amused. Needing confirmation, I press the intercom buzzer on my desk and wait for Will to answer. Yes? He says through the speaker, sounding adorably unsure of himself. I don't really blame him, though. This is the first time I've ever contacted him this way. Can you come in here, please, Will? Okay. A moment later, Will enters my office, walking toward my desk. Will, I've just learned something that concerns me. From the corner of my vision, I see Cole rolling his eyes, but I ignore him. My attention is focused on Will, who looks nervous. Is it true you're friends with Shay Kelly's boyfriend? Will's forehead creases in obvious confusion. Jamie? Yeah. He's one of my best friends. I see. And are you aware that Shay Kelly is an adversary of mine? His brows shoot up. I know you guys play on different rugby teams. Narrowing my eyes, I ask, did Shay Kelly send you here to gather information for him? Learn of our weaknesses? Figure out how to defeat us? No, he says, still looking completely baffled. See? He says no, Cole proclaims. That's exactly what a spy would say, I point out. Do we have any truth serum? Will glances awkwardly between me and Cole. Jesus Christ, Cole mutters under his breath. Thanks, kid. You can get back to work now. Will looks at me for confirmation, and I wave my approval for him to return to his desk. Mainly because the longer he stands there in front of me wearing that adorably puzzled expression, the higher the chances of me jumping over my desk and attacking his face with my lips. "Stop picturing him naked," Cole chides once Will's left the room. "You stop picturing him naked," is my oh-so-mature response. "I wasn't picturing him naked," he says with a healthy dose of exasperation in his tone. "Good. Don't." I'm unnerved by the amount of relief I feel at Cole's lack of interest in Will. I shouldn't care. Will's my employee. That's all. But I do care. I care to the point that if Cole had shown one inkling of interest just now, I doubt I'd have been able to stop myself from slamming my best friend into a wall. "So, what are you doing here?" I ask, needing to get my thoughts away from Will. "Well, I thought you might like to know. You're no longer trending, and Google searches are way down. Looks like this thing really has blown over." I let out a breath of relief, my head falling back against my chair. "Thank God. Thank you for handling it." He waves me away. "It's fine. It was hardly the worst mess I've had to clean up." I let out a soft chuckle. I definitely don't doubt that. Cole started his professional life as an entertainment lawyer before moving into crisis management. Even now, a good half of his clients are Hollywood celebrities. My little scandal must pale in comparison to the shit he has to deal with from the really big names. "I'll let you get back to your due diligence," he says with a smirk. "But go easy on the kid about Shay. You might want to remember his team doesn't really need to resort to drastic measures to beat us, considering they did it pretty soundly last year." I scowl at Cole. "You promised to never mention that day again." Chapter 7. Will. "William, darling." I just barely manage to brace myself before I'm engulfed in a fierce hug the moment I step off the elevator on my third Monday working at CPG. I'm hit with a sweet floral scent that I recognize instantly, and when I'm finally let out of the tight embrace, I'm not surprised to find Sunny on the other end of it. She beams at me, her bright blue eyes shining with kindness and affection. "It's good to see you, darling." "You too." I smile and gesture for her to lead us back toward reception. "How was your vacation?" "Heavenly," she says with a breezy sigh, tipping her head back so her long gray hair can swing freely back and forth. Then she turns her attention back to me. "Have you ever been to Mexico, Will?" I shake my head. "No, I haven't." "Oh, you should really go. Such a beautiful place. It was just so relaxing. No television, no gadgets, no clothing. It felt so wonderful to get back to nature." "Say what now? No clothes?" "Of course not. I was at a naturist resort. It was wonderful." There's an airy quality to her voice, and for a moment I wonder if she might be high. It's definitely not out of the realm of possibilities. Okay. And you have to go to Mexico for this?" I ask. Sunny gives a tinkling chuckle and waves my comment away. "No, of course not. There are naturist resorts all over the US. I can get you a list if you'd like." "Oh, no, that's really very okay." "Are you sure? I have a former lover who runs a fabulous one in California. We're on excellent terms. I'm sure I could get you a deal." "No, I'm good," I assure her. "Thank you." "Suit yourself." She gives a little shrug before her expression turns almost whimsical. Running a slender finger over her chin, she muses, "I really should give Philip a call. He was a wonderful lover, you know. He had an unusually long tongue. Excellent cunnilingus." I literally have no idea why I'm still standing here, listening to my best friend's grandmother talk about oral sex. "Okay, I should really get to work," I say awkwardly. "It was nice to see you, Sonny." She offers me an affectionate smile. "Of course, darling. I don't want to keep you from your day." I'm about to make my escape, but then she holds a hand to her chest and pins me with a worried look. "Oh, Will, I'm so sorry. I forgot to ask how your mother's doing. I feel a burst of affection for Sunny. As ridiculous as she can be sometimes, and as uncomfortable as some of her preferred topics of conversation make me, she's one of the most genuinely kind people I know. She's doing well, actually. She was able to move home over the weekend, so she's very happy about that. Oh, that's wonderful, she cries, a luminous smile stretching across her face. Please tell her I've been thinking of her. I nod my appreciation. Thanks, I will. Finally tearing myself away from Sunny, I make my way through the now familiar office space toward my desk. I set my bag beside my desk and hang up my jacket before turning my computer on. I wonder if I'll get to lay eyes on my boss today. Spencer. Cole McCaffrey. I bumped into Shay Kelly last night. We talked about getting together for a scrimmage sometime soon. What do you guys think? Are you all right? Emily asks warily from across the table at the Japanese restaurant we're eating lunch at. And I guess her concern is fair, considering I just started scowling at my phone after reading that WhatsApp message from my so-called best friend. It's fine, I tell her, waving away her concern. I'm just going to be a little rude for a moment. She rolls her eyes and starts collecting some noodles with her chopsticks. Like that's anything new. Spencer Cox replied to Cole McCaffrey. I think I can't believe my best friend is making plans with my sworn enemy, Judas. Cole McCaffrey replied to Spencer Cox. Eye roll emoji. Bryce Kennedy replied to Cole McCaffrey. I think maybe we don't want to be too quick to agree to this after they handed us our asses last year. Spencer Cox replied to Bryce Kennedy. Negativity never got anyone anywhere, Bry. Jackson Downey. GIF. Jackson Downey. Laugh emoji. Spencer Cox replied to Jackson Downey. Is that Sue Sylvester GIF supposed to represent me? If so, I'm flattered to be compared to such a champion. Deacon Stapleton. I'm on board for the scrimmage. It'll be good to even the ledger after last year. Cole McCaffrey. I should probably clarify, I don't think it'll be the actual team from last year. It's mainly going to be Shay and his brothers. Aaron Wells replied to Cole McCaffrey. The crazy giant Irish ones? Cole McCaffrey replied to Aaron Wells. Those would be the ones. Skylar Mason. Are all the brothers gay? I remember seeing some of them at the tournament last year. Cole McCaffrey replied to Skylar Mason. Not all of them. Just most of them. Shrug emoji. Sullivan Stapleton. They're all fucking hot, though. Gonna be a challenge to keep our minds on the game. Drool emoji. I roll my eyes at Sully's comment, although it does bring up a worrying point. Spencer Cox. If anyone fumbles the ball because they're too busy staring at a Kelly brother's ass, they're off the team. Aaron Wells. I'll try to control myself. Wink emoji. I let out a soft chuckle upon reading that. Married for 10 years to his high school girlfriend, and with 2 kids and another on the way, Aaron is one of the few on our team you'd consider straight as an arrow. Bryce and Jackson are the others. Everyone else range in degrees from experimented in college to gold star gay. Spencer Cox. Okay, Cole, you can tell Kelly we're up for the scrimmage. Even if we can't play the same team from last year, it'll still be fun to kick his ass. Cole McCaffrey replied to Spencer Cox. Oh, so I can talk to him now? It won't damage your delicate sensibilities for me to interact with your sworn enemy? I shake my head in wry amusement because I can just imagine Cole arching a pointed brow at his phone screen. Spencer Cox replied to Cole McCaffrey. Middle finger emoji. Just pass on the message. I set my phone down and return my attention to my sister. Sorry. She shrugs, offering a wry smile. Hey, it's nothing to me. You're the one who's let his sashimi go all cold. I roll my eyes at what has to be the lamest joke in the world. So, Will seems to be working out okay so far? M says. I nod. Yeah, so far. Although it's only been 3 weeks. 3 weeks where I've practically lived in my office just to reduce the odds of seeing him, because God knows every time I so much as think about him, all I want to do is... Spence? Huh? Emily shakes her head in exasperation. You know, I could have made other plans for lunch today, she says pointedly. You're the one who wanted to do this. You're right. Sorry. What were you saying? I was talking about the AC demolition. Maybe you should take Will with you? Yeah. Maybe. M's face lights up. Okay, great. I'll let Maya know when she needs to cover for him. Wait. What? But of course, I can't tell my sister I didn't actually agree with her, because then I'd need to tell her why. And admitting that sharing the close confines of a limo back seat with my assistant for the entire drive to Atlantic City scares the hell out of me just isn't something I'm willing to do. Chapter 8. Will. In the 4 weeks I've been working at CPG, I've seen Spencer Cox all of 3 times. Once for that bizarre interrogation about Shay, once when he paraded a beautiful brunette past my desk and flirted with her right in front of me, and once when he paraded a beautiful blonde past my desk and flirted with her right in front of me. He's always holed up in his office by the time I get to my desk in the morning, and very, very rarely does he leave before I do, or even leave at all. In fact, I've come to wonder whether there might be an escape hatch of some kind in his office, because that would definitely explain a few things. What's with that look on your face? Maya asks, voice full of wry amusement. I spare a furtive glance for the opaque walls of Spencer's office before leaning in closer to Maya. Is he always so... cut off? Maya chuckles. Well, he does like his privacy, but he's been a bit worse than usual the past few weeks. I can admit that. He's got a pretty good reason, though. Oh my God, she knows. He's had a lot going on, she continues. You know, all the legal stuff. I get why he doesn't want to interact with people right now. Oh, right. I slump back against my chair, relieved to know my paranoia isn't warranted. Right. Of course. I attempt to get back to work, but a niggling thought makes me lean over to pester Maya again. But is it weird that he doesn't talk to me? I ask. I'm just getting all my instructions in email and text. Maya considers the question for a moment, her expression forming into a thoughtful frown. It's not how he'd usually work with his assistant, that's true. But I guess he's just being cautious after what happened last time. Or maybe he's trying to avoid me because he's uncomfortable about the fact that I fucked him in a public hallway of a gay club, and evidently the whole world thinks he's straight. I obviously don't propose that theory to Maya, though. Spencer Cox. Isaac will pick you up in front of the building at 2 p.m. this afternoon. I stare in confusion at the text. Usually when Spencer's driver takes me somewhere, it's to courier something that needs to be delivered urgently, or to pick up dry cleaning that can't possibly wait until the next day, something like that. But I haven't received any instructions for a task like that, so I have no idea why Isaac would be driving me somewhere. Me. Is there something you need me to get for you? Or take somewhere? I didn't get an email or text about it. Spencer Cox. Just meet the car at 2. Spencer Cox. Please. My brows shoot up at the second text, and I can't help letting out a soft little chuckle at the idea that he reread his message and realized how terse it sounded. Me. Okay. Got it. As usual, when I meet Spencer's driver at the limo, he opens the door for me and waits for me to slide into the back seat before closing the door and moving to the front of the car. What I'm not expecting this time, however, is to find my boss already seated in the car when I slide in. I blink at him several times as I try to rein in my surprise. Hey, I didn't realize you'd be here. We're going to the same place, he says with the barest of smiles. And where's that? Atlantic City. My head snaps around in shock. Atlantic City? Are you serious? He nods. Deadly. They're leveling the site for a hotel complex we've got in development. So, I get to see them blow something up? Yeah. I let out a low whistle. Damn. That's cool. I'll also need you to take some photos and notes, he says. I shrug. Yeah, no problem. I can do that. Spencer gives a little nod of satisfaction. Good. I spend the next little while trying to sneak glimpses of him from the corner of my eye. Eventually, I give up on being furtive and decide to just steer into the skid of staring directly at him. What are you doing? Spencer asks warily as I continue to scrutinize his features. I'm checking to see if it's actually you. I've been worried you might have been killed and a robot was feeding me orders in your place. But now I can see you're breathing, so either you've been alive this whole time, or this is some seriously advanced AI technology. He arches a skeptical brow. You thought I was dead. I shrug. It seemed like the logical explanation for the fact that I've now worked for you for almost a month, and have seen you a grand total of 3 times. I mean, surely someone as mature and professional as you wouldn't go to extreme lengths to avoid their PA just because they felt uncomfortable. Oh shit. I so hadn't planned to bring this up. I honestly didn't even think I was that bothered by it anymore after my chat with Maya, but apparently my mouth thinks otherwise. Spencer lets out a soft sigh. All right, I may have thought it would be a good idea to put some professional distance between us. I scoff. Professional distance? Spencer, Taylor Swift and Kanye have a closer working relationship than we do. I shift around a little so I can face him directly, fixing him with as sincere a look as I can muster. Look, just so you know, you don't have to worry about me. I'm not going to jump your bones every time I walk into your office, I assure him. And you really don't need to parade a bunch of Victoria's Secret models in front of my desk and talk about what you plan to do with them. I definitely get the picture. Spencer's forehead creases. What are you talking about? I don't know any Victoria's Secret models. I roll my eyes. Please. What about that woman a few weeks ago, in the black dress? She said you were hers for the next hour, and if you didn't behave, she'd gag you. His brows shoot up almost comically. Mariana? She's one of my lawyers. She was talking figuratively. Oh. Well, what about the other night? That woman you left with? I press. You told her you were going to own her? I lift my hands in air quotes to emphasize the words. And she said she'd be the one on top? Spencer lets out a soft, rumbling chuckle that goes straight to my balls. That was Felicity. We were on our way to the draft night for our fantasy football league. Okay, I guess that's a logical explanation. I have no idea whether to be relieved or disappointed right now. I mean, I really shouldn't be, but I can't help feeling over the fucking moon to know that Spencer's not involved with either of those women. At the same time, however, it had been hot as hell imagining Spencer as the kind of guy who likes to be dominated, so having that illusion shattered is a bit of a bummer. Right, I say with an awkward jerk of my head. Sorry. I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions. I let out a soft chuckle in an attempt to ease some of the tension. It was ridiculous. Obviously, you're not someone who would like that kind of thing. What kind of thing? He asks, one eyebrow arched in challenge. He so knows what I'm talking about, but he's going to make me spell it out. You know, being gagged and submitting and stuff. The corner of Spencer's mouth curves into what I can only describe as a sly grin. He leans closer to me and talks into my ear, his gravelly voice sending shudders through me as he says, "Don't go making assumptions now, Will." Chapter 9. Spencer. Will might think his little speech in the limo the other day worked to clear the air, but it didn't. If anything, it's polluted the air with so many more sexy vibes I'm practically choking. I really shouldn't have said what I did about not making assumptions. Hinting to him about the kinds of things I'm interested in was completely unprofessional and inappropriate. But even so, I can't help reliving the way his entire body shivered as I said those words in his ear every time I close my eyes. And the difference between my life before that conversation and now is that I can't keep up this game of avoiding Will any longer. He called me out on that fair and square, so it's time for me to act like a mature adult and treat him like an actual PA with face-to-face interaction, rather than someone I only communicate with electronically. Even if that means hiding behind my desk for most of the day because the merest glimpse of his shirt stretching across his broad chest, or the briefest hint of his earthy cologne, or even the sight of that one piece of dark blonde hair that doesn't like staying in place despite his efforts to style it neatly, sends blood rushing straight to my cock. I'm snapped out of my swirling thoughts by the beep of the intercom on my desk and the sound of Will's voice. "Hey, Spencer. Connor Kelly's here." "Sure, send him in." A moment later, my office door swings open and a very tall, well-muscled man with a scruffy blonde beard and numerous facial piercings enters the room. And if the name sounds familiar, it's because Connor is one of the many brothers of my sworn enemy, Shay. Fortunately, Connor's much more amiable than his oldest brother, which, along with his excellent design skills, is why I hired him as lead architect for the development in Atlantic City. "I hear the demolition went well," Connor comments after we said our greetings. I nod. Without a hitch. Everything seems to be on schedule for groundbreaking in November. Awesome. He gives a little nod of approval before swinging his backpack off his shoulder and digging his tablet out. "What have you got for me?" I ask. "We've come up with a few alternative plans for the ground floor space, so you can look at those today. And we've got a team working on room configuration. They'll have something rough in the next week or two." I nod and take the tablet to view the designs. Sounds good. We spend the next hour scouring the designs, with me asking questions and making suggestions while Connor takes note of everything. Finally satisfied that he has enough input for me to work up a more final plan, Connor returns the tablet to his backpack and prepares to leave. "Oh, hey, about that scrimmage we've got coming up," he says as he's about to leave my office. My brows shoot up in question. "Yes?" "Shay wants Will. For our team." "Will? My assistant?" I ask, barely stopping myself from demanding, "My Will?" "Yeah. The one sitting right out there," Connor says with a wry smile, canting his head in the direction of Will's desk. "Will plays rugby?" I'm sure that's something I would have figured out by now if it were true. "Nah, he was a running back in high school, though. And Shay thinks he can mold him or whatever. So, seeing as though he's an honorary Kelly..." "Will works for CPG now," I state flatly. "He should be on my team." Connor arches a curious brow. I must sound like an absolute idiot. Why should I care whose team Will plays on? It's not like he's some amazing player with the potential to swing the game. And I don't even think it's an immature reflex to prevent Shay Kelly from getting something he wants. This is about Will. If he's on my team, it'll give me an opportunity to spend more time with him. Which is bad. And definitely not what I want. So I should just agree with Connor and let them have Will. But something inside me just completely rebels at the notion. Ultimately, I decide to take it out of my hands. I reach toward my desk and press the intercom that connects to Will's desk. "Can you come in here, please?" It's only a moment later that Will's entering my office, and damn, he looks incredible today. The dark blue button-down he's wearing really brings out his eyes. Such beautiful eyes. I must have been staring for too long, because his eyebrows shoot up in question. Is there something you need, Spencer? I tear my gaze away, blinking rapidly. Right. Rugby. We're playing a scrimmage against Spencer's team in a few weeks, Connor tells Will. Oh, yeah. Jamie mentioned it. Apparently, Shay's pretty pumped, Will says with a wry smile. Did Jamie also mention Shay wants you to play with us? Connor asks. Will looks completely baffled. No? Apparently, you're an honorary Kelly, so he wants you on the team. But you work for me now, so you can be on my team instead, I say with a grin. But why would either of you want me? I don't know anything about rugby, Will says. Someone tosses you the ball and you run it up the field, Connor explains with the air of someone who's clearly tired of this conversation. It won't be much different from when you played football in high school, except you won't have any protective padding or a helmet. Wow, that sounds appealing, Will says, entirely unenthusiastically. You don't have to play, I say gently. You can just come and watch us kick their asses. Or you can camp out and try to spot a pig fly, 'cause that's not ever going to happen, Connor says with a smirk. I wonder if now might be a good time to remind him he actually works for me. Will shakes his head in exasperation. I'll play if one of the teams are short on numbers. Otherwise, I'll come and watch as an unbiased spectator. On Saturday, I make my way to Pax's apartment for lunch. As I walk in, I'm enveloped in a fierce hug by a lanky teenage girl. My stepniece, Kaylee. Jesus, are you ever going to stop growing? I ask with an affectionate brush of her hair once we break apart. She's almost up to my chin now, and considering I'm just over 6 foot, that's pretty tall for a 14-year-old girl. God, I hope so, she grumbles, tugging at the hem of her t-shirt a little self-consciously. I follow her toward the kitchen where Pax is making up a salad. I close my eyes and draw in a deep breath as the scent of roasting tomatoes, cheese, and various Italian spices hit my senses. Lasagna? I ask. Mm-hmm, Pax confirms. Should be ready soon. I head toward the fridge and retrieve a beer. Want one? I ask Pax. Yeah, thanks. Can I have one? Kaylee asks with a mischievous smirk. Nice try, Pax tells her. I snap the caps off the beers and set one on the counter next to Pax. Then I move over toward the kitchen table and sit down with Kaylee. So, KK, tell me, what are your thoughts on... I pause for a moment, trying to remember the name Will used. Captain Jack. Kaylee eyes me skeptically. Sparrow or Harkness? I don't know. My assistant saw that blue box thing you gave me and started raving about Captain Jack. She gives me an exaggerated roll of her eyes. It's not a box, Spencer, it's a TARDIS. And that would be Captain Jack Harkness. She clutches a hand to her chest and gives a dramatic sigh. My heart. I chuckle. You should meet Will. I have a feeling the two of you would get along. So, you're happy with the new guy? Pax asks as he sets a steaming dish of lasagna on the table, followed by the salad and a bowl of bread. Yeah, he's great, I tell him, stuffing a piece of bread in my mouth in the hopes of cutting off any further questions about Will. Fortunately, Pax seems happy to concentrate on eating his lunch and doesn't bring the topic up again. So, Kaylee, how's your other dad? I ask. Kaylee gives the most trademark teenage girl eye roll you can imagine. He's pissed because I want to come here and go to Columbia. Wow. 14 and you're already thinking about college? She lifts one shoulder in a casual shrug. It's good to have a plan. That way I can spend the next 4 years maintaining my GPA and working on all my extracurriculars. I don't want to get to applications time and realize I haven't done enough to get in. Pax's face spreads into a bright grin, and he reaches beside him to tousle his daughter's hair. That's my girl. Where does Mark want you to go? I ask, curious. Duke. He wants me to stay in North Carolina. That's a good school, I say. Yeah, but it's not Columbia, she counters, a little awe in her tone. I chuckle. Fair enough. I spare a quick glance in Pax's direction, noting that he seems determined not to weigh in on the topic. I know he'd be over the fucking moon if she decided to go to college here, considering he currently only sees her for infrequent weekend visits, but he'll let her come to the decision on her own. And what do you want to study at Columbia? I ask my niece. Journalism, she says without missing a beat. My brows shoot up, and I can't keep the smile from my face. Journalism, huh? You're going to be an anchor like your dad? This time, Kaylee shakes her head, but she's smiling. No way. I'm going to be an EP. I want to be the one in charge of everything. I flash her an affectionate grin. Be careful what you wish for, honey. Chapter 10. Will. Hello, Earth to Will. I see a hand waving in front of my face and glance up, taking in Mac's exasperated expression. Huh? She rolls her eyes. Oh my God, where the hell has your mind been? We've been debating 10 versus 11 for the past half hour and you haven't said a word. I glance between her and Jamie, both of whom are studying me as if I have two heads. Well, you already know my stance on that. Yeah, but you're usually pretty vocal about it, mate, Jamie says. What was there for you to debate, anyway? I ask. I thought you were both Team 10. Max shakes her head. Nope. I've rewatched some of the later 11 episodes recently, and I've changed my mind. Only because you like seeing Jenna Coleman in a corset, Jamie says with an eye roll. This is a debate about the hottest doctor, not the hottest companion. Captain Jack, hands down, I say. Well, on that we can agree, Jamie says, lifting his glass in a salute. I don't know. Mac's face forms into a thoughtful frown. Out of the male companions, I still think Mickey's the hottest. Mickey the idiot? Jamie and I ask at the same time before dissolving into laughter. Mac merely shakes her head wryly. The more important question of the evening is what the hell has Will so distracted he couldn't come in with his Matt Smith vote for the tiebreaker? What else would it be but my sexy boss? Truthfully, I'd had difficulty concentrating on anything ever since that car ride a couple weeks ago. My grand plan to clear the air backfired spectacularly, and now I'm in even more of a frustrated state than I was before. And call me crazy, but I'm getting the impression he feels the same. I'm not about to go into all that with these two, though. Mac might know the truth about my hookup at the club, but I'm still not prepared to tell Jamie. It's nothing. I was just thinking about something from work. Mac's brows shoot up suggestively, and I send her a quelling glare, silently reminding her not to say anything. How's all that going, anyway? Jamie asks. Has Spencer Cox ripped off his face mask to reveal his true alien features yet? His face is arranged into an amused smirk, which I know has more to do with his affection for his boyfriend rather than any actual disdain he holds for Spencer. And I'm going to admit, hearing the words Spencer Cox and ripped off in the same sentence sends my mind to all sorts of places for a split second, but fortunately I recover quickly and roll my eyes at Jamie. Not yet. He's perfectly human as far as I can tell, although he did briefly suspect me of being a spy for Shay. Jamie lets out a burst of laughter. You'd be a right awful spy, mate. You can't lie to save yourself. Oh, yeah? Watch me. Just before midnight, I say goodbye to my friends, telling them I need to get home to my mom. It's what I intended to do when I left the bar, but for some reason, as I'm walking toward the subway, I'm hit with an almost compulsive need to go uptown instead of home to Brooklyn. I need to see Spencer. When I get to his building, I'm greeted with a smile by the night duty desk clerk, who asks how he can help me. I'm Will. I'm here to see Spencer Cox, I tell him. I'm his assistant. I've been to Spencer's building for work stuff before, but only during the day, so I've never met this guy. "One moment," he says, holding his forefinger up and reaching for a landline phone with his other hand. I can only assume he's calling up to Spencer's apartment to make sure I'm allowed in. When he hangs up, I'm half expecting him to tell me to go away, that Spencer doesn't want to see me, or more likely that he's not home, because it's a Saturday night, and Spencer Cox is likely not the kind of guy to spend his Saturdays home alone. Instead, he offers me a kind smile and gestures toward the building's elevators. "Go on up. Top floor." Part of me is tempted to just forget this whole thing and make a break for it right now, but Spencer already knows I'm here, so I figure I may as well go up and see him. I can always come up with some lame excuse for my presence that doesn't involve me begging him to break his no-employee rule. I spend the elevator ride trying to formulate this excuse, but the journey's pretty quick, and my brain's a little fuzzy from the drinks I shared with my friends. By the time I ring the bell for Spencer's penthouse, I'm still drawing blanks about what I'm planning to say. "Will?" he asks after answering the door, his brows knitted together in confusion. I'm unable to form a response, as I just stand there staring at him like a complete idiot. Can you blame me, though? Spencer in one of his designer suits is sexy as fuck, but put him in a pair of sweats and an old t-shirt, and it's a whole other level. I have no idea why. Maybe it's the bare feet. For some reason, bare feet just make everything sexier. And then there's the fact his hair is still a little damp, which tells me he's only recently gotten out of the shower, and that sends my brain into all sorts of naughty places. "Will? Are you okay? What are you doing here?" His expression is full of concern as he ushers me into the entrance hallway of his apartment, closing the door behind me. Right. Of course. What am I doing here after midnight on a Saturday? "I have a question for you," I finally managed to say. "Okay." I stare at him for a long moment. He stares right back. The confusion in his hazel eyes is mingled with what I'm certain is the same heat I'm pretty sure I've been getting flashes of every now and then over the past month and a half. I draw in a deep breath. If I were to accidentally trip right now and my lips landed on yours, pure accident, would you be obligated to report me to HR? The corner of Spencer's mouth twitches upward, and his gaze dances with amusement and anticipation. "Well, I mean, if it were an accident, it wouldn't really be your fault." That's all the permission I need to step forward and tug him against me for a hungry kiss that he doesn't hesitate to return. We cling tight to each other, our tongues tangling in a heady, addictive rhythm. "Whoops," I say a little breathlessly once we finally break apart. He chuckles and claims my lips again, prompting a groan from the back of my throat as the kiss grows even more intense. "You're very accident-prone, aren't you?" he murmurs against my mouth. "A fucking walking disaster," I confirm. I take no notice whatsoever of my surroundings, with my attention 100% fixed on Spencer as he guides me through the apartment, finally pulling us onto the sofa with me straddling his waist. "I have a confession," I tell him as I move my kisses along his jaw and down his neck. "Yeah?" "Yeah. My real question wasn't the HR thing. I want to know something else." "Uh-huh. What's that?" "Fuck," I hiss, while Spencer lets out a groan of appreciation as I roll my hips against him, grinding our hard cocks together. He grips me at the waist and prompts me to do it again, and for a moment I'm completely speechless as I just enjoy the unbelievable friction of us grinding against each other. "What's your question, baby?" he presses. I can't fucking think right now, so I grab a tight hold of his wrists and remove his grip from my waist. He tries to snap his hips upward to get some more friction, but I adjust my position so I'm kneeling over him and I'm out of his reach. Leaning over, I murmur in his ear, "It's been killing me for 2 weeks. I want to know what you meant by not making assumptions." He offers a sexy grin. What do you think I meant? Do you like to be dominated? It feels like all the air has left the room as I wait for Spencer to answer. Finally, he says, "Yeah, I do." "Is that something you want to do with me?" I ask hesitantly, turned on beyond belief, but still a little unsure how all this is going to play out. "Desperately," he admits, "but only if it's what you want to." "Fuck, I want it," I rush to answer. "It's just, I've never done that before. I mean, the idea of it is hot as fuck, but I don't know how good I'll be at it." "You're doing it right now, babe." I stare at him in confusion. "What?" "Restraining me, denying me pleasure. You're a natural." My gaze slides to where I have my hands wrapped around Spencer's wrists. It was a completely unconscious move, but the thought that this is turning him on sends a thrill of anticipation coursing through me. I gently release Spencer's wrists and climb off his lap. Taking a few steps backward, I pin him with a penetrating look before issuing my instructions. "Stand up. Strip." His eyes flare at the command, and he slowly stands, shrugging off his t-shirt to reveal a mouth-watering torso with creamy skin pulled tight over hard, lean muscle. A trail of dark hair runs from his belly button all the way down beneath the waistband of his pants, and as he begins to slide them down, more and more of it is revealed until I get my first glimpse of his gorgeous cock. Thick, uncut, and throbbing with his desire. I can barely manage to tear my eyes away once he straightens up after kicking his sweats away, now completely naked. With my eyes firmly fixed on his, I curl my finger to invite him closer. "Come here." Then I point to the ground. "On your knees." He obeys without question, eyes dancing with lust and anticipation. I step closer and thrust my hand into his hair, pressing his face against my crotch and letting out a groan as he nuzzles against me. His hands come up to work at my zipper, but I catch his wrists again, shaking my head. "Hands at your side. Make sure they stay there." "Yes, sir." Those words. As if I weren't already turned on enough, he's just taken it to the extreme with those two little words. I unzip my jeans and withdraw my straining cock, giving it a couple of strokes to relieve some of the pressure that's been building since Spencer opened the door tonight. I grip his hair again with one hand, and with the other, I bring my cock toward his lips, but not quite within reach just yet. "Is this what you want?" I ask him. He nods. Yes. Yes, I want it." I rub the tip of my cock over his lips, letting out a sharp hiss as his tongue sneaks out to lap at the beads of pre-cum gathering there. Before he can get too into it, I pull my cock away, and I can't help the grin that stretches across my face at the groan of utter despair Spencer releases, as though I've just deprived him of the sweetest treat. "Would you like some more?" He nods eagerly, his eyes flashing with hunger. "Yes, sir. Please." "How much more?" "All of it," he begs. "Please." I let out a soft chuckle. "You're very greedy, aren't you?" "Yes, sir." "You want me to fuck your throat, don't you? Make you choke on my dick?" He nods. "Yes, sir." I draw his head forward and once again bring the very tip of my cock to his lips, teasing him for a moment before pushing past his lips and into his mouth. I grip his hair tightly with both hands, holding him in place as I thrust my hips gently, pushing deeper down his throat with every movement. Despite how unbelievably incredible it feels, I'm careful not to go too crazy with the thrusting. I don't actually want to choke him. From the corner of my eye, I see Spencer's right hand moving over his cock as he strokes himself. I quickly withdraw my dick and give a harsh yank of his hair. Did I say you could touch your cock? He lets go immediately, returning his hand to his side. No, sir. On your feet. I release Spencer's hair so he can stand, and then I move behind him, taking hold of his wrists and securing them at his back. I spare a quick glance around the room and notice a wood-paneled wall that's free of any decoration. Perfect. I prompt Spencer forward until he's right up against the wall, then I pin his arms above his head, pressing his palms flat against the smooth surface of the wall. These stay here, I tell him, before leaning in close to his ear to add, or there will be consequences. He nods. Yes, sir. I take a moment to simply admire the view of Spencer from behind before tugging my wallet from my back pocket and retrieving a condom and a single-use package of lube. Then I quickly shrug out of my clothes until I'm as naked as Spencer is. I'm not sure why exactly, but the fact that I've seen every inch of him, but he hasn't seen me yet, gives me a little thrill. I tear open the lube and coat 2 of my fingers. Stepping right up behind Spencer, I push my fingers inside him, satisfied to hear him let out a soft groan. I loved fucking this ass, I admit as I continue to work my fingers. Did you like it, Spencer? Did you like having my big cock in your ass? Yes. His voice is a little strangled, probably because I've just brushed over his prostate. Loved it. I know you did. You came all over the wall in that hallway. That was naughty, Spencer. Someone had to clean that up. I couldn't help it. He gasps out through heavy breaths. Too good. I know. And you're going to come hard again tonight, aren't you? Yes. So close already. I withdraw my fingers and give him a playful tap on the ass. Not until I say you can. Got it? He nods. Yes, sir. Chapter 11. Spencer. My legs are shaking, and my arms are starting to burn from being held up for so long. I feel like every inch of my body is oversensitized, like the merest touch is going to set me off. And it feels so fucking good. Despite his talk of fucking me, Will doesn't enter me straight away. He continues with his teasing and taunts, pushing me closer and closer to the edge until finally, I feel the slick head of his cock breaching my body. His inward thrusts are torturously slow, driving me absolutely fucking crazy as he edges inside inch by inch. Finally, he bottoms out, and the feeling of total and utter fullness is so overwhelming I can barely think straight. All I need now is for him to start fucking me hard and deep in the way that's certain to get me off in no time. But of course, he doesn't. He goes slow. Excruciatingly, exquisitely slow. Enough to take me right to the verge, but nowhere near enough to send me over. I can feel the bare skin of his chest plastered to my back, the heat of his breath against my neck. His hands slide over my chest, and I let out a sharp hiss as he pinches my nipples. Do you like that, Spencer? He murmurs in my ear. Yes, I rasp out. Yes, sir. He lets out a soft chuckle and pinches my nipples again. The sting is accompanied by a harder thrust into my ass, the combination prompting me to let out a weird, keening moan. Seemingly spurred on by my reaction, Will increases his tempo. He continues to tease my nipples, his hot mouth sucking at my neck as he snaps his hips in and out. I'm so close. I can feel the climax building and building to the point where I can barely stop myself from dropping my arms and grabbing my cock. I don't, though. Will told me not to. Besides, if he keeps going like this, I won't need any extra stimulation to get off. As if he's reading my mind, Will pulls out of me, and the next thing I feel is his fingers digging hard into my shoulder as something warm covers my lower back and ass. The strangled groan he loses as he reaches his orgasm goes straight to my balls, and the fact that he's decided to mark me with his cum instead of shooting into the condom is seriously one of the hottest things ever. He wraps his arms around me, taking a moment to recover. Then he murmurs into my ear, "You've been a good boy, Spencer. Do you think you're ready for your reward?" I nod eagerly, the words tumbling out of my mouth in a desperate rush. "Yes, sir. Please, sir." He lets out a soft chuckle before reaching down to wrap his hand around my throbbing cock, stroking me with firm, sure movements. I've been brought so close to the brink, it doesn't take long at all before I'm tossing my head back against Will's shoulder and letting out a desperate groan as I come hard into his hand. He clutches me tighter around my chest with his other arm, giving me a second to gather my breath before bringing his cum-covered hand up to my mouth so I can eagerly lap up the mess I'd just made. I have no problem eating my own cum, although I'd much rather it be Will's. That tiny sample of his pre-cum I had earlier has made me desperate for a proper taste. I guess I'll just have to be patient. Once I've completely cleaned up his hand, he reaches up to grip my wrists, guiding my hands back to my sides. Slowly, I turn around so I can face him. My arms are like lead, but I lift them to wrap around his neck anyway, drawing him in closer and claiming his lips. "Did I do okay?" he asks, the sure, commanding voice completely gone, replaced with hesitation. "Baby, you were amazing. That was incredible," I assure him. "I didn't really know what I was doing," he admits. "I just kind of went off instinct." "I told you before, you're a natural." Everything was perfect. I kiss him again, deeper this time, before pulling back to gaze into his gorgeous blue eyes. "Stay here tonight?" "I can't," he says, and I can hear the disappointment in his tone. "I can stay a little longer, but not overnight." I nod and brush my lips over his again. "Okay, then. Come with me." I take him by the hand and lead him through my apartment, toward the master bathroom. "Where are we going?" Will asks, his eyes wide as his head swivels this way and that, taking in the vast space and expensive furnishings of my penthouse. No doubt the interior design was the last thing on his mind over the past hour. "To get cleaned up," I tell him. The sex part is over now, and it's my turn to take care of him. Once we're in the bathroom, I turn the shower on and wait a moment for the water to heat up before stepping in and pulling Will after me. It's a huge walk-in that stretches the entire width of the bathroom, so there's plenty of room for both of us. "Can I ask you something?" he says hesitantly. I smile fondly at him as I reach for the shower gel and squeeze some into my palm. It's incredible how quickly Will's transformed back into his adorable, awkward self. The contrast to the commanding guy who was dominating me earlier is so completely intriguing. I can't help being fascinated by him. "Of course." "Is that something... do you need that every time?" I let out a soft chuckle at his halting question. Damn, he's adorable. Rubbing my palms together, I build up a lather with the soap. "You mean, do I need to be dominated every time I'm with someone?" "Yeah." He lets out a little sigh, his eyes falling briefly closed as I begin to move my soapy hands over his body. "No. I love it, as you can probably tell. But I love other things as well." He still looks a little confused, so I say, "What's your favorite food in the world?" "My mom's chicken pot pie," he answers without hesitation. Right. But you still love other foods, don't you? And you probably wouldn't want to eat chicken pot pie for every single meal every single day. He grins. Okay, yeah, I get your meaning. I turn him around so I can wash his back. Really, this is just an excuse to run my hands all over his naked body. It's not like he's all that messy anymore. I'm the one with cum all over my back. Once I've used up all my soap, I let my hands fall from his skin, and Will seizes his opportunity. Okay, my turn. He grabs the shower gel and works up a lather just like I did before moving behind me to scrub my back. Can I ask? He says into my ear. Why do you like it? Submitting. I'm not judging, he hastens to add. I'm just curious. My face splits into a broad grin. I like how curious he is. I get that. And I suppose I like it because it makes me feel free. His hands pause for a moment, and although I can't see his face right now, I'm guessing his eyebrows are raised. Free? Yeah. I need to be in control in so many aspects of my life. With work, with managing my father, even with rugby, I'm the one deciding all the plays, but giving over control during sex, completely submitting to someone. It's liberating. Huh. I never thought of it like that. His hands start to move over my body again, and I let out a soft groan. A lot of people don't. There's a misconception that submission is somehow demeaning or a show of weakness. They don't realize how empowering it can be to completely give yourself over to someone else's whims. He prompts me to turn around, adding a little more shower gel to his hands before rubbing them all over my chest and down my abs. I like that it makes you feel that way, he says. I like that I made you feel that way. I link my arms around his waist and pull him closer against me. And you liked it? I ask, surprising myself with how much I need this reassurance. He chuckles. I think we both know I did. I lean forward and briefly press my lips to his. Good. I'm glad. He smiles. And just so you know, you don't have to always stay in control around me at work. If you need to fly off the handle or bitch at me or whatever, you can do it. I won't care. You don't have to be perfect Spencer Cox with me. That's sweet. But losing control around you at work would be much more likely to result in me dragging you into my private bathroom to have my way with you. Will offers a sexy smirk, lifting his arms up to wrap around my neck. For the record, I'd totally be on board with that. I shake my head. We can't. The sight of his face crumpling in disappointment hits me right in the gut. I lean forward to brush a kiss against his jaw, hoping my words will reassure him. I don't mean we have to stop. I don't regret what we did, and I definitely won't be able to pretend like nothing's happened, I assure him. But if we're going to do this, we need to keep it out of the office, strictly during non-business hours. We've already crossed a major line, and that's the only way I can think of to stop things getting even messier. Will nods in agreement. Okay, yeah, I think that makes sense. And when we're together, we're just Spencer and Will. I'm not your boss. He arches a teasing brow. I think we've already established that when we're together, I'm your boss. I let out a wry breath of laughter before claiming his lips in a heady kiss. I carefully walk him backward until he's pressed up against the shower wall, my body molded perfectly against him. I reach down with one hand to wrap around his growing erection, loving the feel of it thickening in my grip. Please, sir, I murmur in Will's ear. Can I suck your cock? He nods eagerly, his voice coming out in a rasp as he says, "Yes. And for future reference, you never need to ask permission to suck me off." I chuckle. Good to know, boss. And then I get to my knees. Chapter 12. Will. I'm not going to lie, going into work this week after what happened on Saturday night and all the sexting we snuck in on Sunday, knowing we'd have to behave ourselves during office hours felt like a completely impossible task. But we're 2 days in, and so far we've managed to pull it off. It's definitely excruciating to be so close to Spencer during the day and not be able to just jump into his arms and start kissing him. But we've drawn this line for a reason, and we need to stick with it. After hours, though, it's a different story. "Hey, is this a bad time?" he asks when I pick up the FaceTime call on Tuesday night. I shake my head, grinning widely. Nope. It's after hours, so I can assure you it's a very good time for you to FaceTime me while dripping with sweat. He glances down at himself, as if he weren't aware his white tank is clinging to his chest and leaving nothing to the imagination. "Oh, right. I just got back from practice." He tugs at the front of his shirt a few times, as if, now that he's aware of it, it's making him uncomfortable. "You can take it off if you want. I promise I really don't mind." He offers me a sexy grin before putting the phone down for a second. When he picks it up again, he's shirtless, and I'm trying my best not to drool all over my iPad screen. "Your turn." I oblige him by removing my shirt as well, prompting him to let out a rumble of appreciation when I hold up the tablet again. "Okay, before you get too excited, I should probably tell you we can't actually do anything right now. The walls of my apartment are just way too thin." He chuckles. "And you're worried about your neighbors?" I bite my bottom lip in hesitation. No, not my neighbors." Spencer's amused expression morphs into a tight, unreadable frown. He's quiet for the moment, and I could see him debating whether to say something, so I just remain silent and let him think. "All right," he finally says, his tone wary and unsure. "Don't take me asking this the wrong way, but I just need to know. Are you seeing someone else as well?" My mouth falls open in horror. "What? No. Why are you asking that?" Spencer lets out a heavy sigh. "It's just, you don't want to stay over, and now you're worried about being overheard," he reasons. "I'm sorry. I know I sound completely insane, but this has happened to me before, and Spencer, no," I say gently, my heart breaking at the note of pain in his voice. "I want to track down whoever cheated on him and break their fingers with a hammer. I promise that's not happening here." He nods, seeming partially reassured, although there's still some wariness in his expression. "We haven't talked about being exclusive or anything." "I'm exclusive," I rush to say. "I don't want anyone else." A flash of relief crosses his face. "Good. Same here. Listen, about the not staying over and everything. It's because I live with my mom." His brows shoot up. "Your mom?" "Yeah. She had a stroke a few months ago, so I moved out of my studio and back home with her. And it's why I took the job with you guys, because I needed a steady income to help pay for a rehab." "Shit. Will, I'm sorry. Is she okay?" I nod. "Yeah, she's doing great, actually. I mean, considering where she was a few months ago. She's walking around without any assistance, and she hasn't lost any cognitive function. But she's lost all movement in her right arm, and they're not sure if she'll get that back." "And that's her dominant arm?" I nod. "Yeah. Her therapists are doing a whole bunch of exercises with her to build up strength and control in her left arm, but she's impatient and stubborn as hell. Her favorite thing in the world to do before all this happened was cooking, and she just doesn't seem to get she can't do the same things she used to. She can't debone a chicken, or peel potatoes, or empty out a giant pot of pasta. Even cracking an egg is difficult. I let out a heavy sigh as I think of all the times I've had to intervene when my mom was putting herself in danger by taking on too much in the kitchen. So someone needs to be here during mealtimes to make sure she won't hurt herself. Wow. I'm sorry, Will, Spencer says, and the genuine care and compassion in his gaze hits me right in the chest. Has she thought about using some of those kitchen gadgets that help with chopping and mixing and all that? Emily has one that does pretty much everything, and it's not very heavy. It could be lifted with one hand. I've thought about something like that, I admit, but those things are pretty expensive. And like I said, Mom's stubborn. She's completely set in her ways. I'm not sure she'd even use it. Right now, I'm happy to help her with the things she can't do one-handed, and in the meantime, I'm just working on getting her to accept the probability that she won't ever get full function in her right arm back. She's lucky to have you, he says. I smile. I'm lucky to have her. I see a flicker of something cross Spencer's face, but it's gone so quickly, I feel like I must have imagined it. It's a couple days later that the package arrives. I'm just coming out of the bathroom after a shower when I see my mom standing at the door to our apartment talking to a delivery guy. Will, honey, do you know anything about this? She calls. I pad barefoot toward the door, glancing down at the large, square box still sitting on the delivery guy's trolley. The side of the box is printed with the logo Thermomix. My brows shoot up in surprise. No? It's addressed to Claire Crawford. Is that you, ma'am? The delivery guy asks. Well, yes, Mom says, but I didn't order this. Well, someone did, he points out with an air of complete indifference, and I need you to sign for it. Here, I'll sign, I say, taking the stylus from the guy's hand and quickly scribbling over his electronic pad. Once he leaves, I shut the door behind him and crouch down so I can haul the box into my arms and carry it to the kitchen counter. Will? Mom asks, following after me. I can tell by her voice she's completely baffled. What's going on? I read the address label on the package, confirming that it is indeed meant for my mother. It seems someone sent you a present. I grab a knife and slice open the outer packaging, revealing the carefully packed and very expensive cooking contraption. But who would have bought me one of those? Mom says, as I pull the appliance from its packaging and set it on the bench. There's a bunch of other stuff in the box as well. A cookbook, a canvas bag of some kind, and a few other parts that I'm guessing are either spares or things that need to be attached later. Well, I can't be 100% certain, but I think it might have been my boss. Your boss? Mom asks, clearly incredulous. Why would your boss buy me one of these? I shrug, because he's a nice guy. Wanting confirmation of my theory, I grab my phone from where I set it charging on the counter earlier and send off a text to Spencer. Me. So, an interesting package just arrived for my mom. You didn't happen to buy her a thermy thingy, did you? Spencer Cox. I might have done... ... Me. How come? Spencer Cox. I'm trying to buy your love. Wink emoji. Me. Laugh emoji. Me. It's working. Wink emoji. Me. Thank you, by the way. It was very sweet of you. Now I just need to get her to use it. Spencer Cox. You're welcome. Kiss emoji. I feel my heart swell at the exchange of texts. I honestly don't know why people use words like arrogant or entitled to describe this man, because he's seriously one of the most generous, warm-hearted people I've ever met. Spencer Cox. So, my place tomorrow night? Me. Absolutely. Have to make an appearance at a karaoke birthday thing first, so it might be a little late. Spencer Cox. Karaoke, huh? You going to sing? Me. God, I hope not. My best friend is trying to rope me into performing a Spice Girls song. Scared emoji. Spencer Cox. LOL. Please do it and make sure someone has video. Wink emoji. Me. That's your idea of moral support? I'm scared for my life here. Spencer Cox. How is your life in danger? Me. If I have to go on stage in front of people and sing the Spice Girls, I will literally die. Spencer Cox. Babe, putting the word in caps doesn't actually change its meaning. You know that, don't you? I shake my head, a wry chuckle falling from my lips. Smartass. Chapter 13. Spencer. Hey, Spence. I glance up from my computer to see Will has stepped into my office. I motion him farther inside, reminding myself it's work time and I shouldn't be fantasizing about pinning him against the closed door, tugging his dress pants down, and swallowing his cock. What's up? I ask in what I hope is a casual tone. I've got Ray Lanter on the phone. He wants to set up a meeting with you for Thursday night about the Hudson Valley property, but the calendar's blocked out for RGLB. Oh yeah, that's rugby practice. His brows draw together in confusion. RGLB is rugby practice? I nod. Yep, real good-looking boys. That's our team name. His face splits into an expression of wry amusement. You named your rugby team the Real Good-Looking Boys? I nod. It's a true fact. I'm sure it is, he says, with a fleeting glint of flirtation in his eyes. You know that song's kind of sad, though, right? I blink at him a few times in surprise. You know The Who? He rolls his eyes. They're a pretty well-known band, Spence, and they're one of my favorites. I must still look pretty skeptical because he throws his hands up in frustration. Why does everyone assume millennials can't like music from way before they were born? Hey, I'm a millennial, I point out. He lets out a choked little laugh. Barely. My mouth drops in indignation. Hey, I'm 34, right bang in the middle of Generation Y, thank you very much. Okay, I believe you. No need to get your birth certificate out to convince me of your youth and virility. I offer a sly smirk. Oh, I think we both know I have other ways of convincing you of my youth and virility. We stare at each other for a long, charged moment. It's dangerous to be talking like this during work time, and I know all it's going to lead to is a serious case of blue balls because I'm dedicated to my mission of keeping this affair to strictly non-business hours. But right now, I'm just enjoying the tension, the temptation, the knowledge that his mind is going to the exact same place mine is. Will's the first one to come to his senses, breaking eye contact and clearing his throat. So, Thursday's meeting. Should I tell him you can't make it, or are you able to skip practice this once? No, this is an important meeting. I can skip practice. It'd hardly be the first time one of us had to miss because of a work commitment. We take our team pretty seriously, but it is still an amateur competition. As Will turns to leave, I call after him. Speaking of rugby, don't forget Saturday's the scrimmage with the Kellys. It seems, despite having about 50 brothers who all grew up playing rugby, Shay hasn't been able to field a full team, which means my boyfriend will be playing for the opposition after all. Will's eyes glitter with anticipation. Definitely haven't forgotten. And I've been reading up. Get ready, 'cause I'm going to own you. I grin at him and can't seem to stop myself from saying, not during the game you won't. But Saturday night will be a different story. I thought you were going to own me, I tease Will as I approach him at the crowded bar after the scrimmage. It seems the Kelly brothers will use any excuse for a drink, and with my boys in good spirits after winning the match, we decided to let bygones be bygones for the moment and all head out to a nearby bar. Will's lips form an adorable pout. I didn't know you had to keep a hold of the ball when you crossed the line for it to count. I chuckle. remembering how Will had taken possession of the ball, streaming down the field and over the try line before any of my guys could tackle him, only to toss the ball down into the grass like he would for a touchdown. The chorus of groans from all the Kellys on the field was priceless. If you'd been on my team, I would have made sure you knew that, I tell him, smiling around my beer as I bring it to my lips for a long sip. Hey, Spence. I feel Deacon's firm hand slapping my back as he approaches us. As he spots Will, he offers him a bright smile. Hey, thanks for the win, man. Will visibly cringes, letting out a soft groan that I try not to focus on too much because I really don't need to be springing a boner right now. Hey, leave him alone, Deke. Today was his first time, I say with a chuckle. Oh, a rugby virgin? Deacon asks with a grin. I'm honored you let us pop your cherry. My eyes flash toward Deacon with a healthy glare that is definitely uncalled for, but I can't seem to control. And as Deacon and Will continue to chat with each other, I can't seem to stop thinking of ways I could potentially murder Deacon and get away with it. This is definitely getting out of hand. Once again, Will came back to my place last night, and once again he left in the early hours rather than sleeping over like I really wanted. I understand why he can't do that right now, but it doesn't make me want it any less. I decide to let myself sleep in for a bit, because I don't have much on for the day, and end up waking at around 9 when my phone chirps with a notification from the WhatsApp chat I have going with the rugby guys. I grab my phone from the nightstand and read the message, rolling my eyes as I see Sully's words. Sullivan Stapleton. Can we please talk about the fact that if Spence had actual laser vision, my brother would be a pile of dust right now? Spencer Cox replied to Sullivan Stapleton. I have no idea as to what you're referring. Charlie Campbell replied to Spencer Cox. Laugh emoji, please. I completely agree with Sully. The whole time Deke was chatting with Will last night, you looked like you were ready to do murder. Cole McCaffrey replied to Spencer Cox. We need Deacon for the tournament, man. Just remember that. Deacon Stapleton replied to Cole McCaffrey. Eye roll emoji. Thanks. It's great to know what my life is worth to you, buddy. Deacon Stapleton replied to Spencer Cox. No need to get murdery. I have no interest in Will. He's really not my type at all. Jesus, these guys are so annoying sometimes. Spencer Cox. Okay, first of all, why are you all so insistent I have a problem with Deacon talking to Will? I have no problem with it. I'm cool. As a cucumber. Will can talk to whoever he wants. He's just my PA, that's all. And secondly, Deacon, what do you mean he's not your type? Do you not like really hot, sweet, funny guys who are great in bed? It's not until after I've sent the message that I realize I've completely contradicted myself and given the situation away. I can only blame the fact that I'm still pretty sleepy right now. Deacon Stapleton replied to Spencer Cox. Sullivan Stapleton replied to Spencer Cox. Just your PA, huh? Charlie Campbell replied to Spencer Cox. Laugh emoji. Spencer Cox. Middle finger emoji. Spencer Cox. Fuck all of you. You're all off the team. Jackson Downey replied to Spencer Cox. Whoa, what did I do? I'm behind you 100%, Cap. Spencer Cox replied to Jackson Downey. Okay, Jax, you can stay. Deacon Stapleton replied to Jackson Downey. GIF. Jackson Downey replied to Deacon Stapleton. Is that GIF supposed to be me inviting Spence to kiss my ass, or the other way around? You should really be more clear. Skylar Mason. Okay, is anyone else finding that GIF to be a bit of a turn-on? Sullivan Stapleton replied to Skylar Mason. Deacon Stapleton replied to Skylar Mason. I mean, if a clip of a computer-animated Mr. Potato Head slapping his own ass does it for you, I'm not going to judge. Jackson Downey replied to Skylar Mason. I'm going to judge. Skylar Mason replied to Jackson Downey. Middle finger emoji. I have 2 words for you. Mrs. Butterworth's. Jackson Downey replied to Schuyler Mason. A bottle that's shaped like a lady and filled with syrup? I stand 100% behind that. Sullivan Stapleton replied to Jackson Downey. I'm never eating breakfast with you again. As glad as I am that the conversation has moved on and they're no longer giving me shit about Will, there's still something I need to make clear. Spencer Cox. Okay, so I didn't mean to let that slip about Will, but now you know, I guess it shouldn't need saying that the info doesn't leave this chat. I know dating an employee isn't the best idea, especially after everything that's happened, so we just need some time to figure things out. A stream of reassurances comes through from my buddies, each one making me smile. They really are the best guys. Chapter 14. Will. No, honey, I said to dice them. That's not dicing. I glanced down at the pile of haphazardly chopped carrots on the cutting board in front of me. Close enough. It'll taste the same. My mom just shakes her head and returns to her own task of browning the meat in a skillet on the stove. Okay, I think this is done, she says, turning off the heat. Can you pass me that dish? She gestures with her head toward the glass casserole dish that's sitting on the counter, and I retrieve it for her. She uses tongs to transfer the chicken pieces from the skillet to the casserole dish, which is a task I know must frustrate her, considering it used to be no problem at all to simply pick the heavy pan up by the handle. But she's getting better at making these little adjustments. I pour all my chopped vegetables into the dish after the chicken, then add some garlic and spices before Mom pours in the stock. She covers the bowl with its lid and opens the oven for me so I can set the casserole inside. Thanks, honey, Mom says, brushing a kiss against my cheek. Why don't you go get out of your work clothes? This won't be ready for an hour or so. Didn't you want me to help with the potatoes? She waves me away with her good hand. You can do that when you get back. With a shrug, I leave the kitchen and head to my room, grabbing up some sweats and a t-shirt before stepping into the bathroom for a quick shower. When I return to the living room, I stop dead in my tracks, stunned at the sight of Spencer standing in my kitchen, peeling and chopping potatoes while my mom spiels off instructions. What's... I can't even get a proper question out, still completely baffled as I hesitantly approach the counter. Spencer glances up from his task to offer me a beaming smile. Hey! What are you doing here? In my kitchen, cutting potatoes. His lips twitch and his eyes dance with amusement. He's clearly getting enjoyment out of my awkward reaction. You left your scarf at the office, he says, gesturing with his head to the item in question, which is neatly folded on the end of the counter. I thought you might need it. Isn't that nice of Spencer to come all the way here to drop that off for you, Will? My mom says, gazing at Spencer with cartoon hearts in her eyes. It was very nice, I say, offering a wry smile. Thank you. You're welcome. I nod to the potatoes on the cutting board in front of him. You want me to take over now? Nah, I've got it. I'm going to show Claire how she can make mashed potatoes in the Thermomix. My brows shoot up, and I turn to my mom, who's still smiling fondly at Spencer. It's not like she wasn't grateful for the gesture of the expensive kitchen gadget. She definitely was, but she hasn't actually used it yet, citing it as too complicated and not the same as actual cooking. Wow, that sounds great. Well, I'll leave you boys to it for a moment, Mom says, slipping out of the kitchen. Where are you going? I ask. To get changed. I have that meeting after dinner, remember? Oh, right. Do you need any help? I offer. She stares at me, completely aghast. William, I do not need help dressing myself. I hold my hands up in a placating gesture. My bad, just trying to be nice. Once she's out of earshot, I lean toward Spencer, resting my forearms on the counter. She could have easily changed after dinner. She wants to look nice for you. He offers a wide grin. I'm flattered. So you came all the way to Brooklyn to give me my scarf, huh? I ask, brows raised skeptically. I may have had an ulterior motive. He leans forward so he's in the same position I am, with his forearms braced against the countertop. Oh yeah? And what's that? I murmur. His mouth curves up in a sexy grin. I didn't want to wait another 3 days for some non-work time. We close the remaining few inches between us, our lips meeting in a sweet, slow kiss that's really nothing but a torturous sample of what we both actually need. I finally manage to pull away, moving my lips to Spencer's cheek and brushing them gently over his dark stubble. Later. Once Mom's gone. What's the meeting? He asks. She's finally started going to a support group. That's great, Spencer says with a smile. And it's helping? I nod. Yeah, it is. She's doing much better. You'd think a dinner with my mom and the billionaire boss I'm secretly dating would be awkward, but somehow it's not. Somehow it seems completely natural to have Spencer sitting here at the table chatting to my mom about old sitcoms he likes and some of the places he's traveled. Did you get to the continent much while you were studying in London, Will? Spencer asks. I'm briefly surprised by the question because we haven't talked about my time in London yet, but then I remember he's my employer and would have seen my resume. Yeah. We managed to get away a few times. We were pretty light on funds, though, so we mainly stuck to the more affordable destinations. Serbia, Estonia, Morocco. Sounds amazing, he says with a look of genuine interest. And there's something else in his eyes, too. Something that looks a lot like possibility. Or maybe invitation? Spencer helps me clear the table after dinner while Mom prepares for her support group meeting. She was reluctant to go at first, but finally, after much prodding from me and her therapist, she decided to give it a try, and tonight will be her third meeting. Okay, have fun, I call as Mom finishes putting on her coat. She adjusts the sleeve of her bad arm and offers me an incredulous look. Fun? Will, I'll be sitting in a room full of people listening to how they lost the use of various limbs. Right, sorry. I guess I meant I hope you find it helpful. She purses her lips and gives a shake of her head before disappearing out the front door. The second my mom leaves, I reach for Spencer and tug him toward me. Our lips crash together hungrily, desperately, as though we've spent years starving for each other. We barely even come up for air as I guide him blindly toward my room and snap the door shut behind us. It's a mad scramble to get out of our clothes, and as hot as Spencer looks in his tailored suits, I'm cursing them right now because those shirts and ties and belts are seriously not made for hastily undressing. Once we're finally both naked, I tug him toward me for another greedy kiss before pushing him away and gesturing to my bed. Hands and knees, I order, and he doesn't hesitate to comply, climbing onto the mattress and taking up position facing the headboard. I open the drawer to my nightstand and fish out the necessary supplies, tossing them onto the bed. Then I retrieve Spencer's tie from the floor and climb on the bed behind him. I let the smooth silk of the tie run through my fingers for a moment before wrapping it around his mouth and securing it behind his head. Then I get to work quickly prepping his ass. I don't bother with much. Just a twist of my fingers and a slather of lube, and then I'm pulling back my hand and reaching for the condom. I roll it on and slick up the outside before pushing into Spencer's hole, satisfied with the muffled groan he lets out as I enter him. I grab a fistful of his hair and yank his head back, leaning forward a little so I can growl into his ear. This is going to be fast and dirty. He releases another moan that's once again muffled by the makeshift gag, and I take that as his agreement. Snapping my hips, I fuck him in a fierce, wild frenzy. With one hand gripping tight to his hair, I use the other to slam down against his bare ass, again and again, each contact resulting in a satisfying crack and a stifled groan from Spencer. I feel his hole clamp down around my cock and know he's reached his orgasm. The sensation of it is so overwhelming, I'm practically seeing stars, and it's only a second before I feel my own climax rushing through me and I'm shooting hard into the condom. I pull out of his ass and rip off the condom, then we just collapse on the mattress next to each other. This was a $500 tie, Spencer grumbles after freeing himself from his makeshift gag. I chuckle. I'm finding it hard to feel bad when I know you have at least 20 billion more of them in your closet. That's an exaggeration. It's only 18 billion, he says with a wide grin. I round it up. He rolls us over and claims my lips in a long, languid kiss. I can't help just sinking into it, my leg coming up to wrap around his waist, my hands tangling in his hair. Finally, I manage to come to my senses and pull away. As much as I'd love to stay here and do this all night, you really need to be gone by the time my mom gets back. He offers a resigned smile, his hand coming up to trail a finger over my cheek. One of these days, I'm going to convince you to spend the night with me. Why are you so desperate for that to happen? I ask curiously. Because I want to hold you through the night and wake up next to you. That's not something I usually want to do with people, but with you, I really want it. God damn it. It's getting really hard not to fall for you, Spencer Cox. Of course, I don't say those dangerous words aloud. Instead, I tilt my head forward so I can brush my lips against his. I want that too. It's just, logistically, right now, I know. He places a gentle kiss against my forehead before scrambling off the bed and gathering up his clothes. I retrieve a pair of sweats and a t-shirt from my dresser and pull them on before plopping onto my bed so I can watch Spencer as he dresses. The sight of him covering up all that gorgeous skin makes me want to sob. Once he's done dressing, he moves toward me, and I open my legs to allow him to stand between them. He reaches out to cup my face, sliding his thumb over my jaw. I'll see you tomorrow. You'll see your assistant tomorrow, I correct pointedly. He offers a faint smile. Right. Chapter 15. Spencer. It's been 2 days, and my ass is still stinging from Will's attentions the other night, but I honestly wouldn't have it any other way. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision to visit Will at home, using that scarf as a completely lame excuse, but I'm so glad I did. Even if his mom can't know the truth about our relationship just yet, meeting her was an absolute pleasure, and it feels amazing to have gathered that insight into Will's life. And the sex, well, as usual, it was off the frickin' charts. I'm trying to concentrate on research I'm doing for a property we're interested in the Hudson Valley when Will enters my office. My face immediately stretches into a smile, but it falters as soon as I see the expression on his face. Something is definitely wrong. I can't stop myself from jumping out of my seat and rushing over to him. What is it? Is it your mom? Did she hurt herself? He shakes his head. No, she's fine. It's not me. He draws in a heavy breath, as if he's bracing himself for something. His eyes find mine with a look of mingled sympathy and concern. Spence, I was just in the break room making a coffee, and the TV was switched to the BCN morning show. That girl, Amelia, your old assistant, they have her on as a guest, and she's saying all this bullshit. I let out a heavy breath. Fucking hell. I thought this crap had been dealt with. Clearly, Amelia is still thirsty for the spotlight. I'm so sorry, Spence. I wave away Will's apology. It's fine. And it's definitely not your fault. Thanks for telling me. He offers a soft smile, reaching out to gently squeeze my hand before releasing his grip and turning to go. Wait. He glances back at me, eyes full of question. I shake my head sharply, trying to gather my rattling thoughts. I know it's work time, but can you stay? Please? I need you here. Without hesitation, he steps toward me and envelops me in a tight hug. I let my eyes fall closed and just soak in his comforting presence as he rubs his hand over my back and murmurs reassurances in my ear. We finally release each other, and Will steps back a little. What are you going to do? I let out a frustrated sigh. First, I'm going to call Paxton and find out what the hell happened at BCN. Paxton? Will asks curiously. My stepbrother. He's an anchor there. Kind of a big deal. Will's mouth falls open. Are you talking about Pax Greenwood? I nod. That's him. You're telling me we've been together for over a month, and you never thought to tell me your stepbrother is Pax Greenwood? My brows shoot up. I take it you're a fan? He's only the hottest anchor on TV, Will exclaims before clarifying, well, him and Anderson Cooper, what I wouldn't give to be the meat in that sandwich. This isn't going to make future family occasions awkward at all, I mutter. His mouth turns into a sly grin. Don't worry. Neither of them are even remotely as sexy as you. Well, that's a relief, I grumble. Grabbing my phone from my desk, I pull up Pax's contact. Let's see what your dreamboat has to say about all this. I make the call, tapping the option for speaker. Yeah, I just saw it, Pax says in lieu of a greeting. What the hell happened? I demand. I have no fucking clue, he says in a weary tone. BCN got the same notice as every other media outlet in the city, right? What the hell is Morning Breakfast, or whatever the hell it's called, doing bringing it up again? Breakfast Bites, Pax corrects. You're confusing it with Metro Morning. Jesus, does your network have any shows without alliterative titles? The Pax Greenwood Hour, he says with a wry chuckle. I give an annoyed grumble before getting back to the matter at hand. Do you have any idea what happened? I have literally zero interaction with daytime, so no. But through the grapevine, I heard they brought Amelia on for some other bullshit and then just let her ramble on about you. From what I saw, Carrie never specifically asked about you. She just didn't redirect when Amelia brought you up. Fucking Carrie Michaels. That woman's got it in for me. Yeah, she's never really forgiven you for sleeping with her and then dumping her straight after, Pax muses. That was 4 years ago. And if anyone has a right to feel bitter about that encounter, it's me. She waited until after we'd slept together to tell me she's in the MAGA camp. Do you know how long I had to shower for to get that stench off me? Pax chuckles. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I hear her EP is livid about the whole thing because she went completely rogue. Although why he decided to have a gossip grabber like Amelia Lawson on the show in the first place is completely beyond me. Because that's what morning shows are, I tell him. They're basically just televised tabloids. I let out a sigh, rubbing a hand over my face. I should go. I need to call Charlie. I'm sorry, Spence. I'll let you know if I hear anything else. I end the call and toss my phone onto my desk. I feel Will's hand come up to gently cut my face and lift my eyes to see him gazing at me with an expression that goes straight to my heart. I'm going to go and let you talk to your lawyers, but I'll be at my desk if you need me, okay? I nod gratefully and lean forward to brush a soft kiss against his cheek. As I stare across the table at the woman who seems hell-bent on ruining my life, it's getting harder and harder to keep my promise to Mariana to just stay quiet and let her and Charlie do the talking. I know they have my back. It's what I pay their exorbitant hourly fee for, but even so, it's excruciatingly difficult to just sit back and not argue my own case. We should point out that Mr. Cox was willing to let all of this go, Mariana says pointedly to Amelia's lawyer. If your client hadn't continued spreading her lies, we wouldn't even be here. Amelia's lawyer, a petite blonde woman in an expensive black dress that tells me she might be on pro bono work from a high-end law firm, leans forward to argue passionately, "My client is a victim and has been brave enough to speak her truth. If Mr. Cox has finally deigned to answer for his actions..." Mariana's lips form into a predatory smile as she interrupts the other lawyer. "I think you'll find, Anna, that Miss Lawson is the furthest thing from a victim in this situation. Not only has she publicly defamed Mr. Cox, causing lasting damage to his reputation, but as these texts and emails show, it was actually Miss Lawson who harassed our client, not the other way around." She slides several sheets of paper across the table, printouts of the texts and emails Paxton made me promise to keep a record of when I first confided my concerns about Amelia. Amelia's lawyer, Anna, glances at the printouts, and it's clear from her expression it's the first time she's been made aware of the existence of these texts and emails. She spares a quick, unreadable glance toward her client. Meanwhile, Amelia is squirming in her chair, looking as though she's getting ready to bolt from the room. "We also have witnesses prepared to give depositions should the need arise," Charlie says. "People Mr. Cox confided in about how uncomfortable Miss Lawson's constant advances made him feel." Amelia begins before being cut off by her lawyer. "Give us a moment." She shoos Amelia out of the room, and the three of us watch as they engage in a tense discussion on the other side of the conference room's glass walls. "How do you think it's going?" I ask my lawyers. "I'd say very well," Mariana says, tossing her long brown curls back and offering a satisfied smile. Anna was clearly blindsided by the texts, and I know her. She hates pro bono. She'll want to get this wrapped up as quickly as possible now that she knows it's a loser. I'm about to respond, but stop myself as Amelia and her lawyer re-enter the room and resume their seats opposite us. "What do you want?" Amelia's lawyer asks with the definite air of someone who just wants to be done with this whole thing. "A public retraction," Mariana says, "and an apology to all the real victims of harassment Miss Lawson has harmed with these false allegations. And a donation to a survivors organization," Charlie adds. "She doesn't need to disclose that it's a condition of a settlement." "That's all?" the other lawyer asks. Mariana nods. "That's all." They agree to the terms, and I feel like a 100-pound weight has been lifted from my shoulders. It's finally fucking over. Chapter 16. Will. "You all right, mate?" Jamie asks, studying me curiously. "Of course. Why wouldn't I be?" He shrugs, resting his head back against the subway car window. "I don't know. You just look all chilled out and relaxed. You're usually wound up like a bloody spring. This has weirded me out a bit, to tell the truth." "Well, I'm fine. I've just been taking Sunny up on her yoga suggestions." He leans forward again, arching a skeptical brow at me. "Yoga?" "Yup, yoga." "Damn, I thought you were going to tell me you've been having some regular sex for a change. Nothing like a good shag to get you really good and relaxed." I spare a brief glance for the middle-aged man sitting next to Jamie, who lets out a little of disapproval. I'm assuming at our conversation topic, before straightening his newspaper and continuing to read. "Seriously? Who would I be having regular sex with?" I ask, unable to stop a little awkward laugh from escaping my lips. Jamie shrugs. "I don't know. What happened to the guy from the club?" I almost trip over my own feet as the subway car lurches, just barely managing to right myself before falling flat on my face. "I don't know. We never exchanged numbers." I feel bad, lying to Jamie like this, but there's more than just my professional reputation at stake here. Spencer's closeted, and I'm not going to be the one to out him. Even if Jamie weren't involved with Spencer's self-proclaimed arch-nemesis, it still wouldn't be appropriate. Besides, it's not as though Jamie was entirely forthcoming with the details when he and Shay first got together last year. I feel my phone vibrating in my pocket and pull it out, smiling when I see it's a text from Spencer. My smile falters, however, when I see his words. Spencer Cox. I have to go visit a vineyard upstate tomorrow. We're looking at acquiring the property, and Em was supposed to go view it, but she's feeling under the weather. Me. Is it just a day thing, or will you be gone all weekend? I cringe at the neediness of those words, but seriously, between working late, Spencer's rugby practice, and the legal debacle, which was thankfully sorted earlier this week, we haven't been together since last weekend. Tonight's off the table as well. It'll be my first night out with Jamie and Mac for over a month, and although I guess I could stop by Spencer's later, we're getting a little beyond the point where a quick booty call is enough to satisfy us. Besides, tonight is about catching up with my friends. Tomorrow, I was planning to surprise Spence by staying over at his place. My mom's doing so much better now since attending her regular support group, and that thermo thingy Spence bought her has helped so much. I feel like I can finally trust her not to do something silly if I'm not there to help her. But obviously staying the night won't be an option if Spencer's away for the whole weekend. Spencer Cox. It's a bit of a drive, so it makes sense to stay over. Spencer Cox. But I was thinking, maybe you could come with me? If you're worried about Claire, I can organize for her to stay in a nice hotel for the night. I'm sure she'd like a break. And that brings back my smile. Me. Actually, I was going to surprise you, but I think Mom will be okay if I stayed over. Me. Having said that, I think she'd enjoy a night in a fancy hotel more. Smile emoji. Spencer Cox. I'll set it up. Wink emoji. Me. So, this is a business trip, right? Am I coming with you as your PA or your boyfriend? Spencer Cox. I think this is what we would call a gray area. Me. So I should bring some restraints with me? Spencer Cox. Yes. Definitely. Oi, Will! Jamie calls out, waving a hand in front of my eyes. The next one's us! I shove my phone back in my pocket and follow Jamie to the doors of the car. Jeez, was there a knob on that screen or something? He asks. You seemed bloody glued to it. I roll my eyes. Don't be ridiculous. I was just reading through some texts from my boss. I have to go away on a work trip tomorrow. The train comes to a stop and the doors open. We spill out onto the platform along with a stream of other passengers. Jamie lets out a little groan. Great. So I guess that means you need to be in good shape tomorrow. We'll be getting boring, Will, tonight then. Boring, Will? I give a shake of my head, leading the way through the crowd toward the steps that lead onto the street. Glancing back at Jamie, I ask, Why am I friends with you again? Jamie offers a sweet smile and places a hand over his heart. Because you're secretly in love with me and like to torture yourself by staying close. I just roll my eyes and keep walking, leading us in the direction of Mac's apartment. It's clear the moment we step inside that Mac's either lost track of time or just completely forgotten we had plans tonight. I don't bother knocking because it's Mac, and neither of us have ever bothered to knock at each other's door before, simply letting ourselves in with our spare keys. I'm now beginning to think that routine should be amended, though, because writhing against each other on the sofa, in full view the second you walk in the door, is Mac and Maya. They are at least clothed, or mostly clothed. Maya's dress is hiked up to her thighs, and Mac's shirt has been ripped open, but it could be way worse. At Jamie's non-word, the women spring apart, both looking completely startled and breathing heavily. Will! Maya exclaims, her eyes wide, cheeks flaming. I offer a warm smile. Hey, Maya. I didn't realize you guys knew each other. I came to visit you at work a few weeks ago, Mac explains, and I kind of got a little sidetracked. You don't say, Jamie says, a twinkle of amusement in his eyes. So Maya, was it? Are you going to come out with us tonight? He asks. It's only fair we get to ply you with alcohol and ask a bunch of wildly inappropriate questions. Oh, I don't think, Mac starts to protest, but Maya cuts her off. Well, that does seem fair, she says wryly. Chapter 17. Spencer. On Saturday morning, I drive over to Brooklyn to pick Will up for our night away. Strictly speaking, I don't really need an assistant for this trip. I'm just viewing the property to see if it might be something worth pursuing. But as far as I'm concerned, all that means is that Will's accompanying me this weekend as my guest, my boyfriend, not my employee. Loophole located. No limo today? Will teases as he approaches me where I'm leaning against the side of my Porsche. He looks absolutely gorgeous in dark jeans and a blue argyle sweater that brings out the color in his eyes. He's left his hair a little messy today, not like the neat style he usually wears for work, and it has me even more tempted than usual to run my fingers through it. Despite common misconception, I do actually know how to do some things for myself, I say with a grin. And besides, I prefer not to bother Isaac on the weekends if I can help it. I open the passenger door for him and he slides into the seat. I then walk around the back of the car to place his bag in the trunk before taking the driver's seat. Once we're both seated, I lean over the console and wrap my hand around his face to draw him toward me for a kiss. I've missed you, I murmur against his lips. You saw me yesterday, he points out. You know it's not the same thing. Yeah, it's really not. We share a few more kisses before I pull away and turn my attention to starting the car. Music? I ask, holding up my phone. Yeah, sure. I open up Spotify and select a playlist I know for a fact he's going to like, then hit play on the first song. As my phone pairs with the car's Bluetooth, Warren Zevon's Werewolves of London starts blaring through the speakers. Great song, Will remarks, settling back against his seat. I smile to myself and set my phone in the console before pulling out of my parking space and into the street. As the playlist continues, from the corner of my eye, I can see Will's features growing more and more curious. Finally, at the fifth song, Tom Petty's American Girl, his suspicion gets the better of him. Wait a minute. He reaches into the console and retrieves my phone, looking at the display on the screen. This is my playlist. I let out a soft chuckle. I was wondering how long it'd take you to realize. How is this my playlist? I started following you on Spotify. Will's jaw falls open in mock horror. Stalker! I chuckle. What can I say? I was curious when you said The Who was one of your favorite bands. I wanted to know what else you liked. And what's the verdict? He asks. Well, I have to admit, I was surprised at the amount of Burt Bacharach you have on there. Oh, don't you dare try to diss Burt Bacharach. He's a music icon. My grin stretches wider. I wasn't. It was just surprising is all. How did you get into all this old stuff? My dad. I cast Will a brief look of surprise before returning my attention to the road. I've never heard him talk about his dad before. As far as I knew, it was just him and Claire. He used to like all that stuff, Will says. And when I was about 12, I found a whole heap of his old records and just listened to them nonstop. Kind of became addicted. He's not around anymore? I venture. He died when I was 8. Afghanistan. Jesus, that must have been, yeah, pretty early in the war. Shit, Will, I'm so sorry. I want to reach out and grab his hand, but that's kind of hard when you're driving stick. From the corner of my eye, I see him give a little shrug. It was a really long time ago. I'm not saying it doesn't still hurt sometimes, but yeah, it was a really long time ago. I get it, I say sincerely, thinking about my mom and how most days she barely even registers in my mind, but then something will come up that reminds me. You sound like you really do, he says, curiosity in his tone. I let out a soft sigh. He's just revealed something really personal, so it's only fair I do the same. My mom left us when Emily and I were 4, I tell him. It's not the same thing at all. She didn't die. She's out there living her life. She just didn't want to be with us anymore. I feel Will's warm hand close over the one I'm using to shift gears. He gives it a soft squeeze, filling me with the reassurance of his presence. Do you know where she is? Have you tried to find her? She's in New Jersey, I say, unable to keep the bitterness from my voice. I tracked her down a few years ago and found out she's been living a fucking hour away for the past 15 years and never even tried to make contact. And it's not like Em and I would be difficult to find. We have our name on the front of a fucking building in Midtown Manhattan. I'm sorry, Spence. You deserve better than that. Both of you do. Thanks. I let a long moment of silence stretch between us before I reveal the truth that hurts the most. She has a new family now. New kids, new husband, a whole new life. Does she know you tracked her down? He asks gently. I shake my head. No. I never made contact. I don't even know why I bothered looking, to be honest. You looked because she's your mother, he says simply. It's normal to want to know where you come from. I know as soon as we start driving through the Hudson Valley that this is an area I want to build a property in. Whether it's the vineyard we're visiting today or some other property I come across in the future, it'll happen one day. What's that smile? Will asks curiously. I shake my head wryly. I was just thinking, it's strange. I mean, it's not like I haven't been to this part of New York before, but this is the first time since Em and I took over CPG. It's just weird how your perspective can shift sometimes. By the look on your face, I take it you're already pretty sold on this property? Will asks. I let out a soft chuckle. I'm pretty sold on the area, but I'm going to keep an open mind about the property. It wouldn't be very good business if I went in with my mind already made up. But when we get to the vineyard, I can see its potential straight away. The winery itself is still fully functioning, although its facilities could definitely use some upgrading. And there's a grand, though dilapidated, estate house that currently runs as a bed and breakfast, but once refurbished, could definitely be transformed into a boutique resort. There's potential as a venue for weddings and other big events, and definitely room for a high-end restaurant. There's also plenty of free space on the property that could be used to build more accommodations, perhaps a spa and swimming pool complex. My mind just whirs with ideas as the manager shows us around the place, ending the tour in the cellar wine store where he offers us a free bottle of the winery's prized Pinot Noir. So, what did you think? Will asks as we get back in the car to drive the short distance to a nearby restaurant for some dinner. Well, I have to talk it over with Emily, but I'm definitely interested. I knew it, he exclaims, tossing his head back with a wild grin. I could practically see your mind picturing it once it was all refurbished. It was like watching someone walking around wearing virtual reality goggles. I let out a sputter of laughter. And have you seen many people walking around with virtual reality goggles? Will shrugs. Well, no, but I can imagine. I pull into a parking space outside a little Italian bistro. Clasping Will's hand, I lead him into the restaurant and toward the table the host directs us to. You know, Will says as we take seats opposite each other at a cozy table by the window, this is technically our first date. My mouth spreads into a wide grin. I guess it is. A server approaches our table to take our drinks order, and we each ask for a beer. I decided to save the wine we were gifted for when we get back to the city and can really enjoy it. Okay, what's your worst fear? Will asks. Huh? We're on a date. This is date talk. My brows shoot up. This is what you talk about on dates? Spencer. I smile indulgently. Fine. I think about it for a moment, wondering if I should say something run-of-the-mill like snakes or small spaces. But then I realize it's Will I'm talking to, and he deserves complete honesty. Drawing in a heavy breath, I admit, turning into my father. Will's quiet for a long moment before asking gently, "And what would be so bad about that?" I sigh. "Let's just say you should be glad you haven't met him. Spence." I rake a hand through my hair and take a generous sip of my beer before returning my attention to Will. Look, he's not a complete monster. He was never violent or especially cruel, and it's not like he's a master criminal or dictator or something like that. I'm sure there are worse fathers to have. He's just selfish and egotistical and completely lacking in any kind of compassion or care for what other people are going through, especially when it comes to what other people have to go through because of his actions. I take another sip of my beer before plowing ahead. He's had 4 wives, and he's cheated on all of them. He bullies the people he works with. He greases palms to make problems magically go away. He's just everything I despise. And I don't ever want to be like him. "You won't be," Will says, reaching across the table to rub his hand over the back of mine. I shake my head. "You can't be sure of that." "Yeah, I can," he says in a voice full of steely determination. "Spencer, you keep a miniature TARDIS on your shelf simply because your niece gave it to you. You bought my mom, a woman you'd never met, an expensive kitchen appliance just to make her life a little easier. You think about other people all the time. And you have the biggest heart. You're the absolute opposite of your father." I swallow hard, the absolute conviction in his voice almost overwhelming me. I grip his hand and bring it to my lips, pressing a kiss to the knuckles. "I love you." I don't say it aloud, but the words are there, beating against my heart. They're written across my brain in indelible ink. "I love you, Will Crawford." "Thank you," I whisper a little hoarsely. He offers a gentle smile. "Always." "So, what's your biggest fear then?" I ask, wanting to move the conversation along. His face screws up in distaste. "Spiders." "Seriously?" I raise a skeptical brow. That just seems so normal for someone as special as Will. He nods. "Yep. Ever since that scene in Chamber of Secrets." He gives a full body shiver, and I don't doubt he's freaked out remembering the movie. "That's Harry Potter, right?" Will's mouth drops open in horror. "You don't know Doctor Who or Harry Potter?" he asks incredulously. I shrug. I'm not really a fantasy fan. He holds up a finger. "Okay, first of all, Doctor Who is sci-fi, not fantasy. And don't you dare say same thing," he rushes to add, practically reading my mind. "And secondly, how could you deprive yourself of so much wonderfulness?" He lets out a beleaguered sigh. "I'm not even going to ask if you've seen Star Wars." "I have seen Star Wars," I tell him. "Or at least, I saw one of them. Which was the one with the little kid and the guy with the red face?" I shake my head indifferently. "Whatever. It was complete crap. But don't say I haven't at least tried to watch fantasy shit." Will is clutching at his heart and looks as though he's about to topple off his chair. I swear if I didn't know better, I'd think he was about to have a heart attack. "The Phantom Menace?" he chokes out incredulously. "Are you telling me you've based your disdain for an entire genre on your experience watching The Phantom Menace?" "Is that what it's called?" I ask with a shrug. "All I know is it was pretty shit." "Okay, I changed my mind," Will says, a little dazedly. "This was my biggest fear, and it's just been realized. I can handle spiders now." Chapter 18. Will. After dinner, we head straight back to the vineyard, making a direct beeline for the room we checked into earlier. We're on each other the second we get inside. Lips, hands, bodies, everything molding together in a desperate tangle. I still can't believe I've gone and fallen for someone whose only gateway into the world of sci-fi and fantasy has been the Phantom Menace, but I'll shelf that thought for now and we'll deal with it later. Right now, I just want to concentrate on getting naked and into bed. You know, I love you as sexy suit guy, but you seriously have no idea how fucking hot you are dressed all casual like this, I say as I pull Spencer's leather jacket from his shoulders and he lets it fall to the floor. I swear, when I saw Spencer leaning against his Porsche this morning, looking hot as hell in his jeans and leather jacket, it took every ounce of my willpower not to jump him right there in the street. He grabs me around the waist and leans down to run his lips along my neck. Maybe we should introduce casual Fridays at the office. Fuck no. I can barely keep my hands off you at work as it is. He lets out a rumble of laughter before shoving me back against the wall and crashing his lips against mine once again. My hands roam the hard planes of his back, underneath his t-shirt, until I finally grow frustrated and start yanking the fabric up over his head. My sweater disappears as well, and then our shoes and jeans and briefs until we're completely bare to each other. We fall naked onto the bed, a tangled mess of limbs, roaming hands, seeking lips, and rutting erections. My body is practically fused on top of him, his legs sliding up to link around my thighs, pulling me even closer as his hands cling to my waist, encouraging me to move against him. Not that I really need the encouragement. My carefully crafted plans for tonight, the ones involving the restraints and other supplies I packed in my duffel, seem to be dissolving with every desperate kiss. But I don't care. I don't need props or toys or even commands right now. I just need him. I need to crawl inside his skin and live there forever. But since that's not an option, I'll settle for being inside him and holding him as close as possible. Everything about this is desperate and hungry and intense. It's like with every touch, every kiss, every breath, I can feel him deeper inside my bones. It's never been like this with anyone else. Ever. And I doubt it ever will be again. Honestly, I never even want to find out. Will, Spencer gasps out breathlessly. Please. I kiss him again. I know, baby, I know. I blindly reach out across the bed and grab the bottle of lube I thankfully had the foresight to set on the nightstand when I was unpacking my toiletries earlier. Fumbling with it in one hand, I finally managed to slick up two of my fingers, sliding my hand beneath our bodies and pushing my fingers inside Spencer. He lifts his ass off the mattress a little to give me more room as I stretch him out, letting out soft little groans against my lips as I fuck him with my fingers. I have to move away to slip on the condom and slick up my cock, but it only takes a second, and then I'm lining up with his hole and pushing inside. He wraps his entire body around me again, urging me farther inside and pulling me down against him once more. My lips find his neck, and I suck hard, making sure to leave a mark. Jesus. Will. Spence. We can't seem to say anything but each other's names, over and over, as I move inside him, each of us clinging desperately to the other. He grabs the back of my head, guiding my lips toward his for a series of messy, breathless kisses. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. The words are playing out like a song on a constant loop in my head, but I don't say them out loud. I can't. There's still so much we need to work out, starting with our professional relationship and ending with Spencer's closeted status, and everything in between. Besides, I don't want to be that cheesy sap who declares his love in the middle of sex, but when Spencer pulls away for a moment and just gazes at me, and I see that look in his eyes, I almost break. Almost. Instead, I crash my mouth back to his, silencing myself with hungry kisses. We come together, clinging even tighter to each other as we hurtle over the edge. It takes me a while to move after we've finished. It just feels so amazing with our bodies pressed so close together, Spencer's arms wrapped tight around me, his cum spread over both our chests. I don't want to go anywhere. And I especially don't want to pull my cock out of him. But I need to get rid of the condom, so with mammoth effort, I manage to pull myself away from him and take care of the condom before falling right back into his arms. He draws me in tighter, wrapping his arm around me and pressing a kiss to the side of my head. That wasn't what I had planned for tonight, I murmur. You had plans? He asks curiously. Mm-hmm. Plans involving restraints and a blindfold, I tell him. And some other stuff. Damn. Well, I guess it's a good thing we've got all night, isn't it? I can definitely understand now why Spencer was so eager for us to spend the night together. Waking up wrapped in his arms is seriously the most amazing feeling in the world. The middle of the night sex was also a pretty nice perk, I have to admit. I shift my position so I'm facing him, and I can see his eyes are still closed, his mouth partly open as he breathes in steadily. He looks so peaceful and at ease, and I love that he's able to be this way around me. Are you watching me sleep? He mumbles without opening his eyes. I let out a soft chuckle. Apparently not, seeing as you're awake. His thick, sooty lashes flutter wildly as he cracks his eyes open to stare at me with affection, a lazy smile curving at his lips. Morning, beautiful. Morning, I say, leaning in to brush a soft kiss over his mouth. I pull back so I can look directly into his eyes. I've been thinking. It's probably time we sorted some things out. What kind of things? I arch a pointed brow, and he lets out a soft chuckle before lifting a hand to wave me on. Okay, let's sort. Well, when this started, I wasn't really sure where it would go, and I was okay with that. But now I know where I want it to go. I let out a soft sigh, lifting a hand to rub over the stubble on his jaw that's grown in even darker overnight. I want to be with you, Spence. All the time, not just after hours. And I want to be able to tell my friends and my mom I've got an amazing, incredible boyfriend. He offers a soft smile and reaches for my hand, pressing a kiss to the heel of my palm. I want all that too. And I've been thinking about it. If we talk to HR, I think we'll be okay. This is all completely consensual, and it's hardly the first time in history something like this has happened. Well, that's true, I say with a nod. And it's not like this is a permanent thing for you, he adds. You'll be back working on your software soon, and I won't be your boss anymore. Ah, my software. I've barely even had a chance to think about it over the past few months, let alone come up with a plan for when I might be able to get back to it. I grin at Spencer. I think that day's still a little way away, but I like this long-term thinking you've got going on. It's totally sexy. Oh, yeah? His mouth curves into a sexy grin. Well, if you like that, wait till you hear some of my other plans. He reaches out to curl his hand around my neck, bringing me forward for a soft but heated kiss. Tell me these plans. His hand moves slowly down my body as, in between kisses, he murmurs, I want to take you to Italy, the Amalfi Coast, the Cinque Terre, the Tuscan wine region. All of it. Damn, that sounds amazing. I lift my leg to wrap around his waist. When? Next summer. August. That's a really... I let out a gasp as he rolls me to my back, his hard cock grinding against mine as he molds his body to mine. Long way away. Uh-huh. What else? I demand, clinging fiercely to him as we move against each other. Next Christmas, I want to take you skiing in Aspen, he whispers in my ear, gently tugging on the lobe with his teeth. Or maybe snorkeling in the Caribbean. Whatever you prefer. Just the two of us. Next Christmas? I practically pant. Why not this Christmas? I didn't think you'd want to leave your mom just yet. Oh my God. The fact that he's considered my mom in all of this just makes my heart melt into a giant puddle of goo. Although I have to admit, the mention of my mother does have kind of a dousing effect. I wrap my hands around Spencer's face and draw him toward me for a long, languid kiss. That's so sweet of you to think of her, I tell him. But for future reference, please don't mention my mom when we're, you know. He lets out a burst of laughter and rolls off me, cuddling into my side. I just cock-blocked myself, didn't I? I lift a hand to rub his face affectionately. Kind of, yeah. We're quiet for a moment, simply gazing at each other until I break the silence, saying, all of that stuff. It sounds perfect. But it does kind of rely heavily on one thing. Me coming out, he supplies. I nod. Yeah. I move my hand to gently thread my fingers through his hair. I don't want to pressure you. It's completely your decision when to come out. I just don't see how we can move forward until you do. He tilts his head forward and brushes a kiss over my lips. I know. And I've already made up my mind to tell Emily. I'll take her to dinner this week so we can talk about it. She'll be able to help us figure out whether to tell HR as well. He draws in a deep breath, slowly letting it out. And she'll be able to help me with Dad. After learning all the horrible truths about Branson Cox yesterday, I know how daunting the prospect of coming out to his father must be for Spencer. I snuggle in closer to him, wrapping my arms tight around him. Just remember, whatever happens with your dad, you won't be dealing with it alone. Chapter 19. Spencer. Have you seen this? I glance up from my computer, where I'm supposed to be getting work done, but honestly just seem to be staring at the screen while my mind wanders back to the last couple of days and my amazing weekend away with Will, to see Hurricane Emily has whirled into my office. Her expression is twisted with anger as she marches toward my desk, an iPad clutched to her chest. Spencer, we are absolutely suing this time. They can't keep making up this stuff about you. My brows draw together in confusion. What is it? She slaps the iPad down in front of me, and my eyes nearly fall out of their sockets in alarm as I catch sight of the article on the screen. It's on that same trashy website Amelia spilled her story to a little while back, and has a headline that reads 50 Shades of Gay. Part of me wants to laugh at the pun, but the rest of me is just too unnerved by the accuracy of the article. It's all in there. My preference for submission, how I like to be tied down and disciplined by my male lovers, the fact that I even have male lovers. Oh yeah, and how I'm currently involved with a coworker. Again. Because apparently, now that this is all out there, everyone's forgotten that Amelia's story was completely debunked just last week. Fuck. The way this is all written makes it sound so dirty and tawdry. As though being dominated by guys is something I should be ashamed of. I feel a gentle hand on my shoulder, and then Emily's soothing voice. Spence, it's okay. We'll sue their ass off. By the time we're done, we'll own that fucking tabloid. We can't sue, I murmur, my eyes still locked on the screen in front of me. What? Why not? I let out a heavy breath, finally lifting my gaze to meet my sister's. Because there's nothing libelous in here. Emily blinks at me in confusion. What are you talking about? I wave at the iPad. It's all true. A long moment of silence stretches between us as she just stares at me, dumbfounded. Finally, she asks, You're gay? Okay, well, that part's not entirely accurate, I clarify. I'm bi. But how could they possibly know all this? Emily asks, gesturing to the article on her iPad. I know she's not just skimming past my pronouncement. She'll come back to that later once she's had time to digest it. Right now, she's focusing on the more tangible issue of the article. There's only one possible explanation for the accuracy of the article, and the realization has my heart crack into about 1,000,000 pieces. Emily must be able to read the heartbreak on my face because her expression fills with concern. What's going on, Spence? Before I have a chance to answer her, the door to my office bangs open and Will rushes in. Fuck. I hate that the sight of him still makes my heart pound, even if it does feel like it's been ripped out of my chest and trampled on by a stampede of elephants. Will seems completely oblivious to Emily's presence as he walks toward me, blue eyes full of what I'm sure has to be mock concern. Jeez, I never realized he was such a good actor. Spence, I just saw the article. Are you okay? Get out, I tell him, the words leaving my mouth through a clenched jaw, my eyes fixed on him with a look that could freeze lava. He rears back as if I've slapped him. Hurt washes over his features, and once again I'm furious with myself for caring that he's upset. You seriously think I would... His voice is quiet, trailing off at the end. You have to know I didn't do this. Spencer, I would never... His eyes bore into mine with a look of disbelief. I told you to leave. My tone is quiet, but no less commanding. Not able to bear the sight of him anymore, I spin my chair around to face the Lexington Avenue view. Fine. I can hear the simmering anger in his voice, but I ignore it. What does he have to be angry about? His feet make a heavy tread across the carpet toward the door before he finally exits, closing the door firmly behind him. Once Will is gone, Emily rounds the desk to kneel in front of me. Spence? I scrub my hands over my face, releasing a long, pent-up sigh. Can we go get drunk now, please? The corner of her mouth curves up in a placating smile. Fine, but don't think you're off the hook. I want the full story. All of it. I get to my feet with a grumbled fine and slip into my suit jacket. Grabbing my phone from my desk, I slip it into my breast pocket and follow Emily out the door. I'm not entirely surprised to see that Will's not at his desk, but I'm hoping he's just in the bathroom or something, because I really don't want to run into him on our way out of the building. Fortunately, we make our way downstairs without incident and head to a bar just down the block from our building. As soon as we get there, I take a seat at the bar and order a scotch. Emily slides into the stool next to me and orders a wine. I'm so sorry, Em. I prop my elbows on the bar and rest my forehead in my hands. I can't believe this is happening again. Except, unlike last time, this is all true. Fuck. I'll work out a plan to deal with the investors. If I have to step down, Spencer, stop. Look at me. She yanks at my hand and forces me to look at her. That's the absolute last thing I'm worried about now. It shouldn't be. It's your job to... Spencer, let's just talk, okay? I let out a soft sigh and nod my agreement. She runs her gaze over my face, her brows knitted together, her mouth twisted into a contemplative frown, as if she's trying to find something in me that she's lost. You never told me you're bi. That wasn't anything to do with you, I assured her. It wasn't because I didn't trust you or something like that. Then what was it? I shrug. There was never really a need to. I didn't really begin to fully accept that part of me until college, and you were off in London by then. I didn't want to bother you with all of my drama. She offers me a sad smile. You can bother me with your drama any time, Spence. You should know that. I shrug. Yeah, well, it really wasn't that big a deal. I had Sully and Cole. They had a little more expertise in the field than you would have. Her mouth drops open in shock. You and Sullivan? You and Cole? Sullivan and Cole? I shake my head in amusement, a smile creeping across my lips. Sullivan, yes. Cole, no. Or, well, actually, I hold my hand up in a so-so gesture. I guess we did kiss one time, but it never went any further than that. It was all weird and awkward. We're like brothers. I shiver at the memory of that ridiculously awkward kiss. But Sullivan? I shrug. Yeah, we hooked up for a while. That's actually how we became friends, really. It never became anything serious, though. He was completely hooked on someone else, and I wasn't even close to being ready to commit to a guy, so it was a good arrangement for us. And since college? She asks. There's been the odd hookup here and there. I always figured I'd tell you if I found someone worth telling you about, I say with a shrug. I mean, I don't tell you when I hook up with women, so why should it be any different, right? She looks at me with those hazel eyes that match my own, her expression one of sympathy. This is what you wanted to talk to me about tomorrow night, isn't it? You found someone worth telling me about. I look down at my glass of scotch, the dull ache in my chest increasing to a sharp pain as I think about Will's betrayal. Yeah, well, I guess I was wrong about that. I lift the glass to my lips and down the liquid in one go. Emily studies me carefully, and I can tell she's weighing her words, trying to come up with the exact right ones that won't send me flying off the handle. Spit it out, Em. After a deep breath, she says, What if you weren't? What are you talking about? What if it really wasn't Will? I fix her with a sharp glare. There's no one else it could have been. Spence, I saw his face today when he realized you thought he was the one responsible for this. I swear it was like his heart had just been ripped from his chest. If he didn't do it himself, then he told someone about us, every little detail, and they went to the tabloid. Either way, it's clear I can't trust him. Chapter 20. Will. I can't remember the last time I was this angry. Add in the hurt and confusion and the way my chest feels like it has just been ripped wide open, and it's no surprise I'm a fucking mess. After leaving Spencer's office, I head straight for the bathroom to splash some water on my face in an attempt to calm my nerves, but it's not really working. I'm angry at Spencer for not trusting me, at myself for stupidly getting involved with my boss in the first place, and just generally at the situation I found myself in where I'm likely going to lose this job that I so badly need. Should have thought of that before you started screwing your boss, Crawford. Yeah, now I'm back to being angry at myself. When I get back to my desk, I start emptying out my drawers. I figure I may as well leave before they figure out a way to fire me. It'll be less embarrassing that way. And comes with the added bonus that it gets me out of the building right the fuck now. There's a problem, though. I don't have a box to put all this shit in. Why the hell don't I have a box? As if I didn't know shit wasn't going to hit the fan the moment I started messing around with Spencer. I should have kept an in-case-of-emergency bug-out box under my desk for a quick getaway. Will, I hear Maya's hesitant voice as she peers around her desk. What are you doing? Do you have a box? I ask her, my hands frantically sorting through all the shit on my desk. I need a box. Why? I'm taking the high road and I need something to carry my stuff in. Jeez, I've only been here a couple months. How the fuck do I have so much stuff? Will, you don't need a box, honey, she says slowly, like she's a hostage negotiator trying to talk me down. You're right, I say, my finger flying up in a bright idea gesture. A trash bag would work just as well. I think I have some in the bottom drawer here. No, Will, stop. Maya comes around the desk and places her hands firmly over mine, pausing me in my actions. Grab your coat, she orders, her tone making it clear I have no choice but to do as she says. Reluctantly, I grab my jacket from the coat stand by our desks and wait for her to switch the phones over to the message service. Then she ushers me along, grabbing her own coat as she passes the coat stand. Where are we going? I ask, trailing after her toward the elevators. To get you good and drunk. It's Monday afternoon, I point out. And? She arches a pointed brow. Maya, She lifts her finger in a wait a moment gesture as she holds her phone to her ear with her other hand. Hey, Mac, I need you to meet Will and me at that cute little bar near Columbia in half an hour. Yeah, that's the one. We're taking the afternoon off and getting wasted. She pauses for a moment, and I can hear my best friend's voice on the other end, but can't make out what she's saying. Awesome. See you then, babe. You called Mac, I say, stating the obvious. Uh-huh. And she's calling Jamie. I shake my head in confusion, following Maya onto the elevator. Why? Maya offers me an arched brow. Honey, you need your friends around you right now. You know about me and Spencer? I ask, my voice a little choked. Of course. I know everything that happens around here. Do you know who tipped off the tabloid? Now that's one thing I don't know, she says, offering a sympathetic smile. It wasn't me. I know, hun. My heart lifts at her words. Maya's been friends with Spencer a hell of a lot longer than she has with me, so the fact that she's so willing to go to bat for me has my heart swelling like a balloon. You believe me? I say tentatively. You believe I wasn't the one who outed Spence? She waves a dismissive hand. Of course I do. Anyone who knows you knows you're not capable of something like that. And the balloon pops. I guess not everyone, I say darkly. Maya studies me for a moment, a sympathetic frown forming on her face. Yeah, well, Spencer's a dumbass. Oh, that reminds me, she says, withdrawing her phone again and typing a text. What are you doing? I ask warily. Texting Em to tell her to talk some sense into her dumbass brother. The elevator drops us at the lobby, and we make a beeline for the glass doors that open onto Lexington. Fuck Spencer, I say once we're safely in a cab and heading uptown toward Columbia and Mac. He can think whatever the fuck he wants. I don't care. Yes, you sound incredibly blasé about the whole thing, Maya says with a roll of her eyes. I rest my head back against the seat, a heavy sigh escaping my lips. Damn it. Why the hell is this happening? The drive uptown takes approximately for fucking ever, but we finally pull up at a familiar bar and I allow Maya to haul me out of the cab and shove me inside. I make a move toward the stools at the bar, but Maya holds me back. No way. If I'm going to sit here and listen to you wallow for God knows how long, I'm going to need me a comfy seat. I roll my eyes but acquiesce and follow her to an empty booth. It's pretty quiet right now, so it's not surprising that a waitress pounces on us almost as soon as we sit down. Anything with alcohol, I tell her. Her brows shoot up. Bad day? Before I can begin to unload the sob story that is my life right now, Maya interrupts. We'll have 2 shots of whiskey, a Sam Adams, and a glass of Chardonnay. The waitress nods. Coming right up. You're going to do shots with me? I ask Maya after the waitress leaves to get our drinks. She snorts with amusement. Hell no. They're both for you. By the time Max slides into the booth next to Maya, I've downed both my shots and I'm almost done with my beer, while Maya's just been nursing her wine and sending me sympathetic looks. Max shifts a glance between Maya and me, her features morphing into an ominous expression. Oh my God! Who died? Just my fucking heart. And my dick, 'cause God knows it won't work for anyone else now. I let out a groan of agony and let my head fall onto the polished wood surface of the table in front of me. Okay. What have I missed? I hear Max say. Here, it's probably easier if you just read this. I assume Maya is pointing her to the article on that fucking website because Mac is quiet for a moment before letting out a loud gasp of shock. There are more little gasps as she reads through the article before finally putting Maya's phone down on the table. But I don't understand. Why is Will so... I know what she means. The article is all about Spencer, with only the briefest mention of an inappropriate relationship with a current employee. My name is never mentioned, and considering I never updated Mac about what was going on with Spencer and me, and how I'd stupidly gone and fallen for him, I can understand why she might be confused. There were some accusations thrown about, Maya says. Like what? I finally lift my head from the table and gaze at Mac. He thinks I did it, that I gave them that story, like I could ever do that to anyone, let alone someone I break off, shaking my head. Fuck, I need more shots. Both Maya and Mac are looking at me with eyes full of pity, but I ignore them as I flag down the waitress and order 2 more whiskey shots. I'm just tossing down the second one when Jamie and Shay arrive. Jesus, mate, what happened to you? Jamie asks as he slides into the booth beside me. Shay, meanwhile, pulls a chair over from a nearby table and sets it at the end of the booth before wandering off toward the bar, presumably to order some drinks. He's had his heart broken, Maya supplies. What? How? Jamie asks. Is this because Matt Smith's not on the Crown anymore? I thought you'd gotten over that, mate. It's not because of that, I say in a hollow voice. But for the record, that's not something I'll ever get over. I don't understand. I thought you said nothing else had happened, Mac presses, ignoring Jamie. I thought you said you were both basically pretending that thing in the club never happened. I shrugged. That was true at the time. Things changed a little after that. Maya's eyes narrow in confusion. What thing at what club? Mac flashes her a wry grin. You didn't know? Will and Spencer hooked up before he started working at CPG. They totally got it on in the bathroom of a club. Maya's eyes widen. You did what? At the same time, Jamie cries, Spencer Cox? The guy from the club was Spencer Cox? Neither of us knew who the other was until I showed up for work a couple days later. That wasn't awkward at all. And it wasn't in a bathroom, I correct Mac. It was in a hallway. What's going on? Shay asks, returning to the table and sliding into his seat. He sets what I'm assuming is a vodka lemonade in front of Jamie and takes a sip of his beer. I don't know if I should tell you, Jamie says. Why not? Because you already hold an unreasonable grudge against Spencer Cox. I'm not sure you need more ammunition. It's not an unreasonable grudge, Shay protests. It's perfectly reasonable. Cox is a liar and a cheater, and that game was 6 years ago, babe, Jamie says with the exhausted air of someone who's clearly heard this rant 1,000,000 times. Fine. What's he done this time? Shay grumbles. He thinks I sold him out, I tell him. That I gave private details about him to an online tabloid. And he fired you? Shay ventures. A perfectly reasonable guess, considering he missed the earlier part of the conversation, and as far as he knows, Spencer is merely my boss. I shake my head miserably. It seems Will and Spencer were involved, Jamie says gently to his boyfriend, as if he's breaking the news of some kind of terminal diagnosis. I must look truly pathetic, because, despite choking on his beer in surprise, Shay doesn't offer any remark about me having a relationship, if you can call it that, with a guy he considers his arch-nemesis. Look, Will, don't worry, okay? Maya says. Spence will come around. Pretty soon he'll realize what an idiot he was for ever thinking you could have something to do with this. Maybe, I say, although there's not much hopefulness in my tone. Can you do me a favor, though? I ask Maya. Can you swap with me for the next however long? He needs an assistant he can trust right now, and evidently that's not me. Maya smiles sadly. Yeah, no problem. Chapter 21. Spencer. It takes 2 days, but I finally get the call from my father that I've been dreading. This is perhaps the thing I'm angriest about. I mean, apart from the betrayal of trust, which has just absolutely gutted me. Having the choice of when and how to come out to my father taken away from me just feels like an extra blow. I thought I'd made clear last time just how damaging scandals like this can be to the company's image, my father seethes over the phone. Yes, I know. And am I supposed to believe this is another made-up story? Someone's out to get you again? I draw in a deep breath. No, this one's true. So, you're like that, then, he says with a disgruntled growl. My teeth grind together in frustration. I'm bisexual, if that's what you're asking. Bisexual? He parrots with a derisive snort. You like sucking cocks. Let's not sugarcoat it with technicalities. Fine, yeah, I like sucking cocks. And I absolutely love being fucked in the ass. Spencer! He barks, clearly unamused. What? You told me not to sugarcoat. I can't remember ever being such a smartass to my dad, but my patience is just worn so thin right now, I'm having trouble biting my tongue like I usually do. Spencer, I can put up with this lifestyle of yours, he says oh so graciously. In fact, it might even be an advantage. Gays are popular these days. Everything is all woke. I roll my eyes at the sound of that word coming out of this man's mouth. But some things will need to change. What are you talking about, Dad? I ask, exhaustion creeping into my tone. The world likes wholesome gays, Spencer. No one wants to do business with someone who has a sex dungeon, so you'll need to keep your baser proclivities to yourself from now on. Seriously? That's what you're more concerned about? I ask incredulously. Dad, it's not like I chose for people to find out that stuff. I didn't take pictures and send them to the tabloid. And besides, they completely exaggerated everything. I mean, for one thing, I absolutely do not have a sex dungeon. Most of what I do is pretty tame. If you asked anyone in the BDSM community, they'd probably consider it vanilla. Stop talking right now, Spencer! He all but snarls. I do not need to hear the specifics of these games you play with other men. Yeah, well, I didn't need to walk in on you fucking your secretary when I was 10 years old. Shit happens, Dad. For the first time in my life, I hang up on my father, tossing my cell aside and collapsing onto my sofa with a weary sigh. I lift my hands to rub over my face, encountering a thick layer of stubble from where I haven't bothered shaving the past few days. I've been working from home this week, hiding away like a scared little kid because I know my heart can't handle seeing Will just yet. I hate that my instinct is still to call him right now. Despite how much he's hurt me, all I want is to hear him reassure me that I'm nothing like my father and that I'm not in this alone. But I guess all that was a lie too. There's a knock at my apartment door on Friday afternoon, and I'm surprised to see a solemn-looking Sullivan there when I open it. I let out a soft groan. Sorry, I know I've dropped the ball with practice this week. It's just been... This isn't about rugby, he says. I need to talk to you. I feel my brows drawing together in confusion at the awkward, uncomfortable way he's standing there. Sure. Okay. I gesture for him to come inside and lead him toward my apartment's kitchen. You want a beer? He nods, and I can't help noticing the way his fingers are tapping against the counter. It's something he does when he's nervous. I grab him a Corona from the fridge and snap the top off. Lime? Yeah, thanks. So, what's going on? I grab a cutting board from one of the island drawers and retrieve a lime from the fruit bowl that's sitting on the counter. It was me. What was you? I ask distractedly as I slice the lime. The tabloid story. I glance up sharply. What? What are you talking about? Sullivan's eyes widen. Okay, maybe I should have told you to lose the knife first? I glance at my hand and realize I'm waving the sharp knife around. I carefully place it down on the cutting board and draw in a long breath before letting it out slowly. What do you mean it was you? How? I didn't personally give the information to the site, he says. I roll my eyes. Well, I already knew that. What the fuck happened? Sullivan leans over the counter to grab his beer and a slice of lime. He stuffs the lime through the neck of the beer bottle and then takes a long sip. Finally, he glances up at me and says, "It was Andrew." "The guy you're seeing?" I've only met the guy a handful of times, but I always got the impression he was more interested in the expensive restaurants Sully could take him to and the exclusive events he had access to than in Sully himself. "Was seeing," Sully clarifies harshly, his jaw tight with obvious distress. He thrusts a hand through his hair before letting out a sigh and continuing with his explanation. "Last month, we were having one of those conversations about exes and the stuff we've done and all that shit. And you told him about me." Sully shakes his head regretfully and takes another sip of his beer. "I'm sorry, man. I shouldn't have. I told him you weren't out and were really private about things, but I should have just kept quiet." I wave away his apology. It's fine. It's not like I expect everyone I've been with to sign NDAs or take magic mind-erasing pills or something. But the tabloid knew I was involved with someone who works for me, I say tentatively. "Did you tell him about Will?" Sullivan shakes his head. "No, but I caught him with my phone a couple times. He must have seen some of our chats." I let out a heavy sigh, lifting a hand to rake through my hair. Jesus, Sully. You caught him going through your phone, and you didn't think that was a red flag? "It was only a couple times, and he always made a joke about how he'd gotten our phones mixed up or whatever." He lifts his hands in a helpless gesture. "I just didn't think to question it." I pin Sullivan with a forceful look. "You need to stop dating all these users, Sully. You're so much better than that." "So I should just never trust anyone, ever?" he asks with a pointed arch of his brow. His words hit me like a punch straight to the gut, and I throw my face in my hands, letting out an agonized groan. I blamed Will. Oh my God, how the hell could I have blamed Will? I drop my hands and glance desperately at Sullivan. How is he ever going to forgive me? Sully offers a gentle smile. "Well, you could start by telling him you're sorry." Chapter 22. Will. I can't help it. As much as I try not to let it, the moment I see Spencer standing there at the door of my apartment, my heart just burns with need for him. For the past 5 days, I've been tamping it down as best I can. I've been telling myself what we had wasn't really that special. I didn't really fall for him. But obviously none of that's worked. This is the first time I've seen him since that day, because I've been working for Emily this past week, and as far as I know, Spencer's hardly even been in the office. He looks the least put together that I've ever seen him. There are gray circles under his eyes, his dark stubble is getting out of control, and the navy Henley he's wearing is completely creased, as though he's just grabbed it from a pile on the floor without a care for how it looks. Even so, I just barely managed to stifle the urge to step forward and throw my arms around him. "Can we talk?" His voice is hoarse, a little shaky. I can feel the emotion of those 3 words right down to my bones. Finally managing to get my swirling feelings under control, I offer a stiff nod. "I guess." I step aside and gesture for Spencer to enter the apartment. "Spencer, honey! How nice to see you," my mom says brightly from the kitchen as she notices him. Her friendly greeting clearly takes him aback for a moment, but he recovers masterfully. "You too. How are you, Claire?" "Wonderful, honey. Can I get you anything?" He waves her away. "No, I'm fine. I just need to talk to Will for a moment." My mom nods and returns to the pasta she's making while I lead Spencer toward my bedroom, closing the door behind us. She doesn't know? He asks, clearly curious about my mother's behavior. I shrug. She never knew we were together. Why would I tell her we broke up? He nods his acceptance of that logic, his mouth turned down in a slight frown. Then his expression transforms, and he offers me a hesitant smile. She's doing a lot better since the last time I was here. I nod. Yeah. She seems to be getting better every day. That's good. I'm glad to hear it. I let out a heavy sigh. Did you come here to talk about my mom? No. He takes a seat at my desk chair, and I sit across from him on the edge of my bed. I came to apologize. I know it wasn't you who tipped off the tabloid. I just barely managed not to roll my eyes and shoot back a, well, duh. Instead, I fix him with a penetrating look. How do you know? It was Sullivan's boyfriend. Or ex-boyfriend, I guess. I feel the breath knocked out of me, like I've just been hit in the stomach. Right. So if someone else hadn't come forward, he'd still be assuming it was me. Don't, he says in a desperate tone. Don't what? I all but snap. Don't think what you're thinking. I scowl at him. You're a mind reader now? Will, when did you decide it wasn't me? He averts his eyes, and I know I've made the correct assumption. He lets out a heavy sigh and returns his gaze to mine. Just hear me out, please. There's so much emotion swirling in those hazel eyes, I can't bring myself to deny his request. Fine. Reaching out, he takes my hands in a gentle grip, running his thumbs over the back of them. I feel the heat of his touch spreading through every inch of my body. I want to pull my hands away because this so isn't fair, but it's like they have minds of their own and they want to be where they are. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm sorry, Spencer says. I should have never accused you. I should have never even thought it. It's just, I've had so many people let me down, leave me, break my trust. And then there was you. And for some reason, I found it just so easy to trust you. And I don't do that. I don't find it easy to trust people. Ever. He pauses for a moment, letting his eyes fall closed as he draws in a steadying breath. Then he opens them again, and all I can see is regret and anguish. When I saw the article, and logic told me you were the only person who could have provided that information, I went back into default mode. I thought I'd been blinded by my love for you or something. I didn't stop to think about all the reasons why I love you and how they would make it impossible for you to ever do something like this. The truth is, I don't think it was ever really about not trusting you, Will. It was about not trusting myself. Okay, wow. I stare at him for a long moment, trying to gather my thoughts after hearing such a declaration. Did you practice that in the limo on your way here? I finally ask. Actually, I took the subway tonight. But yeah, I might have practiced it a little. I blink at him in surprise. You took the subway? He shrugs. Isaac's daughter had a dance recital tonight. I didn't want him to miss it, so I let him have the afternoon off. And at that, I jump to my feet and start pacing the small stretch of carpet between my bed and the door. Seriously? I demand. Seriously? A dance recital? Are you mad? I throw my hands up in frustration. Yes, I'm mad. Do you know why? Spencer's brows crease in confusion. Because you don't like dance recitals? What? No. I'm mad because I can't be mad anymore. I stop pacing and face him head on, resting my hands on my hips. You broke my heart, you know that? Just completely smashed it into pieces. And then you come in here looking all sexy
and giving this completely sincere and logical explanation and telling me you love me and doing this sweet thing for your driver. And now I can't be mad at you because that would just be petty.
It seems like you're still pretty mad, Spencer says warily.
And also, why haven't you kissed me yet? I demand.
You've been shouting at me?
Well, now that I've started, I can't seem to stop. I'm sorry, but that's just...
Spencer steps forward, cutting off my newest tirade by wrapping his hand around the back of my head and pulling me toward him. His lips crash against mine in a fierce kiss, and in an instant, I feel that ridiculous hot-headedness float away as I just sink into his arms, feeling like I'm exactly where I belong. We fall onto the bed, completely tangled up in each other.
I'll never doubt you again, Spencer whispers in between kisses. I promise.
I know, and I'll try not to yell at you irrationally. Too much.
No, don't stop doing that, he murmurs. It's sexy as hell.
You're turned on by some strange things, mister.
He lets out a soft chuckle.
Just you. Everything about you turns me on.
I thread my hands through his hair and cling tight, tugging him closer for some more greedy, breathless kisses. He maneuvers us so I'm on my back, with his strong, lean body sealed on top of mine. I let out a harsh groan, and my head falls back against the mattress as he thrusts down, grinding his cock into mine.
Fuck, I want you, Will, he growls. Missed you so much, baby.
My hands slide under the hem of his shirt, roaming over the taut muscles of his back, and I'm about to tell him that I want him too, that despite how much he hurt me, I've missed him every single second since things ended, and now all I want to do is strip him down, tie him up, and make him beg for me to let him come. But then I hear a clatter from outside my room, and remember my mom's in the kitchen, and the walls in this apartment are way too thin.
Fuck.
I know, Spencer murmurs against my neck, obviously misunderstanding the reason for my curse.
No, wait. Spence, we have to stop.
What? Why? He lifts his head to look at me, and judging from his bleary expression, he's also forgotten all about my mom.
My mom's just outside.
Realization crosses his features, and he slowly pries his body away from mine, leaving me feeling completely bereft.
So, I guess no sex then?
His inability to hide his disappointment is laughable. I let out a soft chuckle.
Oh no, we're having sex. We just need to relocate.
My place? I shake my head adamantly. Hell no. Your place is way too far away. I climb off the bed and stalk over to my closet, retrieving my sleeping bag, which I toss to Spencer. Here.
What?
Trust me, I tell him, offering a teasing smirk. He just shrugs and climbs off the bed, sleeping bag clutched to his chest. I retrieve a few condoms and some lube from my nightstand and stuff them in my pockets, then grab a throw rug from the foot of my bed. Come on, let's go upstairs. The skeptical expression doesn't leave Spencer's face until I've led him out of my bedroom, across the living room, and have pushed up the window to reveal the fire escape.
The roof?
He asks.
Yup.
Are you sure this is secure enough? I let out a breath of wry amusement. It's fine. I step onto the fire escape and start climbing the stairs. Our apartment is on the top floor, so we have pretty easy access to the roof, which has definitely come in handy from time to time.
Wow, this is a nice setup, Spencer comments once we're standing on the roof.
It's honestly pretty basic, just a pair of sun lounges and a small cooler, but it does the job. I move toward the sun lounges and start removing the padding from each one, setting them next to each other on the concrete floor of the roof. Then I take my sleeping bag from Spencer and unfurl it from its case. I unzip it the whole way around, so it's basically like a big squishy blanket, and then I toss it over the makeshift mattress I've created with the padding from the sun lounges. Voila! I proclaim, throwing my hands in the air. A bed. Spencer offers a broad grin.
What luxury. He clasps my hand and tugs me toward the bed, pulling me down with him so I'm straddling his waist. We pick up right where we left off in my bedroom, with greedy kisses, roaming hands, and rutting cocks. I shrug up Spencer's Henley and help him take it off, before immediately dropping my head so I can lavish kisses all over his bare, creamy skin. Fuck, I've missed you, Spence, I admit, scraping my teeth over his neck. He lets out a rumbling groan, digging his hands into my hair. You too. So fucking much. I lift my head up to claim his lips, kissing him fiercely, desperately, pouring everything I feel for him into it. How do you want it tonight? I ask him as we finally come up for some air. Any way you'll have me, he says, staring deep into my eyes. I just want you, Will. Just you. Chapter 23. Spencer. I wake up shivering, and it takes me a moment to realize why. I'm still on the roof of Will's apartment building, and it's barely past dawn. A sharp late October breeze is brushing past us, and the throw blanket we've been using as cover isn't exactly providing much insulation. I shuffle closer to Will, tugging the edge of the sleeping bag from my other side and using it to wrap us up like a burrito. Morning, he says sleepily. I press a soft kiss to the back of his neck and wrap my arm even tighter around his waist. Morning. It's freezing up here, by the way. He lets out a soft chuckle, wiggling his ass back against my crotch. Yeah, I can tell. Oh, that's harsh, babe. He shifts his body around so he's facing me, and I see he's wearing an adorable cheeky grin on his face. He reaches behind him for the other edge of the sleeping bag and pulls it over us, so we're both wrapped up nice and snug. Morning, he says again, before leaning in closer to press his lips to mine. I love waking up next to you, I tell him, even if it is on a freezing rooftop. Same. He kisses me again, and I pull him in even closer, my leg wrapping around his waist in an effort to keep him as tight against me as possible. Not that he seems to be in any kind of rush to leave me right now. We need to talk, he murmurs as we finally break apart. We already did talk, I point out. We need to do some other things. I give a suggestive waggle of my brows. He offers a sexy grin. Really? Last night wasn't enough for you? Your ass must be pretty tender right now. Well, that's definitely true. Between the stinging in my cheeks and the throbbing in my hole, my ass feels kind of on fire from last night's activities, but in the best possible way. I offer Will an arched brow. Okay, first of all, I will never get enough of you. And secondly, you should know by now that pain is definitely not a deterrent for me. Well, as hot as that statement is, it doesn't change the fact that we need to talk. I let out a resigned sigh. He's right. We do. We might have decided we don't want to be without each other last night, but there's still a lot of logistical shit that hasn't gone away over the past week. Okay. First talking, then more sex. He grins at me. Deal. The smile slips from his face after a moment, though, as he stares into my eyes with a kind of sad, regretful expression. He lifts a hand to rub over my cheek before leaning forward to press a feather-like kiss to my lips. I'm sorry, he whispers. My brows knit together in confusion. What do you have to be sorry for? I'm the one who screwed up. For the way you were outed. It wasn't my doing, but I'm still sorry about it. You didn't deserve that, Spence. For the past week, as mad and hurt as I was, I still couldn't stop worrying about you and hoping you were okay and wanting to strangle the person who did it. The last statement is said with an uncharacteristically bitter twist to his lips. Jesus. As if I didn't already love him enough, he just goes and makes my heart explode with words like this. I touch my forehead to his and just take a moment to breathe him in. I'm fine, I assure him. You don't have to worry. I'm okay. How did it go? With everyone? Your family? I let out a soft sigh. I think Emily was a little hurt and confused about me not telling her sooner, but she was more concerned about how I was doing to really make anything of it. And she really doesn't hold on to things for long, so I'm lucky there. And what about your dad? A bitter laugh bubbles out of me as I think about the conversation I had with my father during the week. He wasn't as angry as I thought he'd be, but honestly, what he said wasn't much of an improvement. What did he say? Well, first of all, he has absolutely no concept of the fact that being bi is not the same as being gay. But that's not really the issue. He told me if I could just keep my baser proclivities under wraps from now on and be a nice, wholesome gay, it would be good for the company's image. He actually used the word woke, and he obviously has no idea what that means. I'm surprised when Will starts shaking with laughter, his mouth spread into a wild grin. At my raised brows, he covers the smile with his hand and manages to get himself under control. I'm sorry. I shouldn't laugh at that. It's just so ridiculous. I mean, what is he expecting you to do? Start posing for the cover of leather magazines? Film some hardcore porn? It's not like it was your choice for those details to come out. I let out a wry chuckle. That's exactly what I said. He wraps his hand around my neck and leans in to press his lips to mine before pulling back and eyeing me again, this time with a glint of apprehension in his sparkling blue eyes. Okay, so you're officially out? What does that mean for us going forward? I offer a gentle smile and rub my hand over his back. I hope it means we can start dating properly, like a regular couple, if that's what you want. It is. But what about work? I draw in a steadying breath. I actually spoke to HR about the situation last Monday, before everything. I didn't mention you by name because I wasn't sure how you felt about disclosing it. They said they'd need to speak to you to make sure everything is above board. He nods. Okay, I can do that. I also think it would be better, just as far as outside perception goes, if you didn't work directly under me. That makes sense, he agrees. So I should stay with Emily? Either that, or you could take a part-time role somewhere else in the company. It'd give you more time to work on your software. I know he's put his true passion on the back burner for the last several months, and for good reason, but I'm determined to make sure he doesn't let it linger for too much longer. Will grins. Let's keep that option in the back pocket for now. So, is the talking over? I ask, returning his smile. Yeah, I think the talking's over. Good, 'cause I know a way we can stay nice and warm. I roll over so I'm straddling him and crash my lips down against his. The sun is well and truly up by the time we're dressed and climbing back down the fire escape. We creep through the apartment so as not to wake Claire, but when we reach the kitchen, we realize we needn't have bothered. Good morning, boys, she says brightly from behind the counter, where she's using her good arm to whisk what I think might be some eggs. Her coordination with that arm is getting so much better every time I see her. Mom, hey, what are you doing up? It's still early, Will says a little haltingly as he walks slowly toward the kitchen. Well, I was awake, and I decided to get started on my day, Claire says simply. And I'm glad to see you two have made up. Will stops in his tracks, his brows shooting up. You knew? Claire merely shrugs. Of course I knew, honey. I'm your mother. Also, you were quite obvious. Will turns his head to catch my eye, his expression full of alarm. All I can do is laugh, though. Oh well, one less person to tell. When I wake up on Sunday morning, I'm disappointed to find the space in the bed next to me is empty. I can hear the shower in my ensuite running, so I know Will hasn't gone far, but even so, I'd have liked the opportunity to cuddle for a while before starting the day. Deciding not to waste an opportunity, I slide out of bed and pad across the room toward the bathroom. I step into the shower behind Will, wrapping my arms around him and pressing a kiss to the side of his neck. Morning. He sinks back against my chest, letting out a soft hum. Morning. Why did you get up already? I wanted to stay in bed way longer. I sound ridiculously needy right now, but do you think I care? He spins around in my hold and links his arms around my neck. We have to go out this morning, remember? Brunch. I let out a groan of realization. Of course. Every few weeks, Will has Sunday brunch with his best friend Jamie and Jamie's boyfriend, Shay Kelly. And yesterday, Will asked me to come along this time. I thought it was a bad idea yesterday, and I still think it's a bad idea this morning, but it's something Will wants, so I'm going to do it. And I guess if our boyfriends are best friends, Kelly and I will be seeing a hell of a lot more of each other. We may as well get used to it. You know I'm only doing this because I love you, right? I say. He smiles. I know. And I love you for doing it. Was there ever a more beautiful sound than those words falling from Will's lips? I lean in and seal my mouth against his, tugging him tighter against me as the kiss deepens. Our tongues tangle together desperately, each of us swallowing the other's groans as our hard cocks slide together. Breaking away for a moment, I reach toward the shower nook and retrieve a bottle of lube I keep there, handing it to Will. We can be a little late to brunch, right? His eyes flare with desire as he takes the bottle from me. Hands and knees. Now. This place better have waffles, I grumble in Will's ear as we enter the restaurant. Will looks horrified that I'd even ask such a thing. Of course it does. What do you take me for? He clasps my hand and leads me toward the hostess, who directs us to a table at the back where Jamie and Kelly are already seated. Kelly is leaning in close to his boyfriend, whispering something in his ear that is making Jamie blush so furiously his cheeks are almost the same color as his hair. They're an unlikely couple, given the almost 20-year gap in their ages, but according to Will, they're perfect for each other. And I guess even I can grudgingly admit Kelly doesn't look remotely close to his 43 years, although he is starting to gray at the temples a little. They glance up as we reach the table. Jamie beams, while Kelly casts me a flinty stare. Cox, he says, animosity dripping from his voice. Kelly, I reply in the same tone. Oh, for the love of God, Will says with clear exasperation. Can we at least use first names? I shrug. Fine. Seamus. Across the table, Jamie bursts into a fit of giggles. Benedict Arnold, Shay mutters to his boyfriend. Jamie's face lights up. A good sort, that one. Proper British hero. Will and I take our seats opposite them. I don't waste any time in finding Will's hand under the table and threading my fingers through his. So, Spencer, you falsely accuse anyone else of selling you out recently? Shay asks with an icy look before letting out a yelp of pain and turning his ire on Jamie. You promised to behave, Jamie says sternly. You didn't have to kick me. Jamie shrugs. You're being a right wanker, and it's my job to stop you from wankerish behavior at any cost. Trust me, babe, it hurt me more than it hurt you. I really don't think that's true, Shay grumbles. It's fine, I say with a sigh. I kind of deserve that jab. You think? Jamie asks, an eyebrow raised pointedly. Well, that's confusing. Okay, guys, I know you're looking out for me, and I appreciate that, Will says. But what happened last week is all water under the bridge now. Spence and I have worked everything out, and I want you guys to just be happy that I'm happy. Still clasping Will's hand, I lean toward him and brush my lips over his in a kiss full of gratitude. Fucking hell, I hear Shay groan. Okay, I can be tolerant, but happy's a tough ask. Especially if you insist on sucking face right in front of me. Seriously? Will says, his voice packed with exasperation. The amount of PDAs you two force me to endure, and you can't handle one little kiss? Yes, but neither of us are the devil incarnate, Shay says, gesturing between himself and Jamie. I don't know about that, I mutter under my breath. Oh, bloody hell, Jamie exclaims with a roll of his eyes. Seriously, Shay, it's been 6 years. You need to let this go. Shay's expression turns thoughtful for a moment before he finally draws in a deep breath and nods. Okay, fine. I'll let it go. If he admits it was a knock-on. Jamie slumps back in his chair, clearly done trying to convince his boyfriend to be reasonable. I catch Will's eye and see the tentative hope in his gaze, and all I can think is, I'll do anything to make you happy. Drawing in a heavy breath, I return my gaze to Shay. Fine. I'll admit that it might have been a knock-on, but there's no way of ever knowing for sure because it was 6 years ago and there's no video footage of the incident. Turning to Will, I say, sorry, babe, that's the best I can do. The whole table stares at Shay as he mentally deliberates whether to accept my answer. Finally, he nods, seemingly satisfied. Okay, that'll do. We'll consider the matter settled. I hold up a hand. Not so fast. I need you to admit something too. Shay arches a brow at me. Oh yeah? What's that? I offer him a wry smirk. That there's no way in hell you'd have contradicted the ref's call if it were your team who'd scored the winning try. I wouldn't, babe, Jamie interjects. He's got you by the balls with that one. Don't even try to deny it. Shay lets out a defeated sigh. Fine, just please don't ever mention Spencer Cox doing anything to my balls ever again. Agreed, Will and I say in unison. Epilogue. Will. I'm not sure about this, Spencer says, his eyes fixed uneasily on the house across from where we've parked the Porsche. We don't have to do it today, I reason, reaching out to rub my hand over his. We can come back another time. You could bring Emily with you. He shakes his head. No, I don't want her to know yet. I already know this. We've had different versions of this same conversation several times over the past couple months. Spencer doesn't want to tell his sister just yet because he's trying to protect her from any potential rejection. I turn my gaze to the house, the one that belongs to Spencer's mom and her new family. It's a cute little family home that looks right out of a TV show about a middle-class New Jersey family with neatly mowed front lawns, a basketball hoop over the garage, and a Christmas wreath hanging on the white front door. Do you think they know about us? Spencer asks. I'm not sure. There's only one way to find out, though. With a nod, Spencer finally unclasps his seatbelt and opens the driver's side door. I open my door and catch up to him, clasping his hand as we walk toward his mother's house. The woman who answers the door is in her mid-50s and absolutely beautiful, even dressed in a hideous Christmas sweater featuring reindeer with felt antlers and with her chestnut waves piled in a haphazard mess on top of her head. She looks so much like Emily, it nearly bowls me over. When she sees Spencer, her eyes widen into saucers, her mouth opening and closing several times before she's finally able to say, "Spencer?" Spencer squeezes my hand, hard, but he doesn't seem able to put any words together. As the silence stretches on, I finally decide to step in. Hi. Mrs. Kincaid, is it? She finally turns her mesmerized gaze from her son and looks at me, blinking a few times as if she's only just noticed I'm there. That's right. I'm Will, I say, sticking out my free hand. She shakes it. It's nice to meet you. Would you like to come inside? Both of you? I squeeze Spencer's hand in reassurance and step over the threshold. We follow Spencer's mom down the hallway to the back of the house, where there's a living room and kitchen. She turns as she reaches the counter. "Can I get you boys something to drink? Coffee? Tea? Soda? I'm afraid we don't keep alcohol in the house." "Soda would be great, thank you," I say with a smile before glancing at my boyfriend. "Spence?" He shakes his head slightly. "I'm fine, thank you." I see Mrs. Kincaid give a little start at the sound of her son's voice before gathering herself and making drinks for herself and me. She motions for us to take seats at the kitchen table, sitting down herself after setting the 2 glasses of soda down. "Everyone's out," she says. "Maxwell, that's my husband, took the kids to the mall." Her mouth forms into an affectionate smile. "I'm pretty sure they're buying my Christmas gift." "How old are they?" I ask. "Brianna's 15 and Jack's 13. The surprise must show on my face because she lets out a soft breath of laughter. I know, quite a gap. She sobers and fixes her attention on Spencer, who hasn't seemed to have made up his mind yet whether he wants to look at her or not. "Your sister's not here?" she asks, her voice tinged with hope. Spencer shakes his head. "No. She doesn't know I found you." Mrs. Kincaid's eyebrows shoot up in surprise. "How come?" "She likes to see the best in people, and I didn't want her to be disappointed." Mrs. Kincaid lowers her eyes. "I see. I suppose I must already be a disappointment." "That tends to happen when you abandon your kids at the age of 4, Spencer bites back. She flinches at his tone before turning mournful eyes on him. "Spencer, do you think I wanted to do that? That I left because I didn't love you anymore? That I didn't want to be your mother?" Spencer shrugs. "Was I supposed to think anything else?" Mrs. Kincaid lets out a sad sigh. "I suppose not. But it wasn't like that. Not at all." She gives a firm shake of her head. "I only left you behind because I couldn't take you with me." "What do you mean?" Spencer presses. She shakes her head sadly, lifting her glass for a sip of soda. "Your father is a powerful man." I'm not surprised to see the tick in Spencer's jaw at the mention of his father. Things have been especially strained between the two of them over the past few months. "When we divorced," she continues, "I was given the option of leaving quietly and signing over my rights, or fighting for custody and dragging you kids through a lengthy and very public legal battle." She lets out a defeated sigh. "I knew there was no way I'd win. Not against Branson and his team of $2,000 an hour lawyers." "So you didn't even try to fight?" Spencer asks, looking aghast. "You'll understand one day when you have children," Mrs. Kincaid says simply. "You'll do anything to protect them." "You make it sound very noble," Spencer says flatly. His mother shakes her head. "Not noble. Just necessary." "Did my father give you anything?" She stiffens. "If you're asking me whether he paid me to abandon custody, the answer is no. I didn't take a cent from that man. My only condition was that you wouldn't receive any of your inheritance until you turned 28. I couldn't stand the thought of my sweet babies turning into spoiled trust fund brats." A look of dawning realization crosses Spencer's face. That must be why he waited to give us CPG. His mother shrugs. "I suppose it must be." A silence stretches out between them again, although this one doesn't seem as tense as the previous ones. "I'm glad you came here today, Spencer," Mrs. Kincaid finally says. "And I want you to know you're welcome in this house anytime, as is your sister." She turns and offers me a soft smile. "You too, Will." "Why didn't you ever seek us out?" Spencer asks quietly. "You live so close." Mrs. Kincaid looks at her son, a pained expression on her face. Probably for the same reason you didn't tell Emily you were coming here today, she says. I wasn't sure if you'd want to see me. Spencer. My mind is still a little jumbled from the visit to my mother today, but one thing I know for certain is that I'm glad I went. And I'm even more glad Will came with me. I doubt I'd have been able to make it to the front door without him, let alone sit with my mom and listen to her side of the story. I'll have to tell Emily what happened today, and then she can make up her own mind as to whether she wants to go see our mother. But that can wait. Right now, I just want to enjoy Christmas Eve sitting by the fire with the man I love. Okay, so I know you said you wanted to do presents tomorrow morning, Will says, approaching the sofa with a wrapped gift in his hands. But I have a feeling if I wait to give this to you tomorrow, you're just going to be like, "Why didn't you let me open this last night?" Was that supposed to be my voice? I ask with a wry chuckle. I sound nothing like that. He tosses the gift, and it lands on my lap. Just open the present, babe. At his request, I rip open the wrapping to reveal a pair of pink fluffy handcuffs. I place a hand over my chest. Ah, nothing says I love you like a gift from the heart. I really mean it, Will says with a wry grin. Getting to my feet, I stalk toward Will and wrap my arms around his waist, pulling him toward me for a hungry kiss. You know, if you get to give a present early, then so do I say with a teasing grin, tugging him by the hand and leading him to my bedroom. Is your present sex? Will asks, an undisguised note of eagerness in his voice. You'll see. I gesture for him to sit on the bed, then I move to my dresser and retrieve a little box from the top drawer. This is my present, I say, kneeling down in front of him and presenting him with the ring. His mouth falls open as he catches sight of the platinum band inside the box. Is that a... I love you so much, Will, I tell him, and I've known for a long time that I want to spend the rest of my life with you. But if you're not ready, we can just put this away and I'll wait. Are you insane? Will cries. Why would I want to put that anywhere but on my finger? My face splits into a giant grin. Is that a yes? Yes, you idiot! Of course it's a yes! I take the ring from the box and slide it onto his finger before crawling up his body so I can claim his lips in a fierce, exhilarating kiss. Damn! This ring is such a better gift than the handcuffs, he says with a pout as we break away. I push him back onto the bed, crawling on top of him and straddling his waist. No way. There's no better gift than fluffy pink handcuffs. This has been Mr. Big Shot, Suits and Sevens Book 1. Written by Isla Olsen. Narrated by Nick J. Russo. Copyright 2020 by Isla Olsen. Production copyright by Isla Olsen.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.